Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats. Hopefully everyone enjoyed lunch and a bit of social networking, socializing and networking with everyone else. Before we start our next panel, which is our keynote panel for Asia Bureau Chiefs, I do want to make just a couple quick announcements. One is for the raffle again. I know some of you are going to smile, but a lot of people still haven't actually bought in. So the people who have a really good chance. So you're probably going to want to get in on that as well. So if you're selling raffle tickets, raise your hand so people know. June, Elaine, Hannah, why don't you stand up so you know their faces? They will be happy to take your money. These, all right, thank you very much. And also, you don't have to be present to win. Yeah. Ideally, you want to be, so that you can get it in person. Exactly. In addition, looking ahead to, Workshop 1A, again, mobile video journalism with Toshi Maeda. We still have several spots open. You do need to register for that at registration with Wendy Tang, just right over there. So after this, during the coffee break, if you'd like to join, you want to speak with her after that. All right, let's continue on. I'm going to hand it over to AAJ National President Paul Chung to take it away with this very special keynote panel. Paul.
Oh, the mic doesn't. Good afternoon. I hope everyone have a delicious lunch for the finger sandwiches and dim sum. So when we put together the conference, one of the things that we really focus on is really on leaderships and mobility. So as journalists, it's no surprise that our industry in many ways are contracting. Thank you. So our industry is contracting. So a lot of people say, well, where are the jobs? What am I supposed to do? Do I have to learn how to do Facebook, social media, programming, video, everything at once? So rather than take the guessing work, out of you, I invited some of the key speakers here that we have so that they could tell you what is it that they expect from all of you when you're looking for a job for a major media organization, whether it's someone like the Washington Post or the AP or CNN or Dow Jones and the Wall Street Journal. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our moderator, Marcus Broccoli. He's the vice president of Washington Post, formerly the executive editor of not only just the Washington Post, but also the Wall Street Journal, which I worked with Marcus for many years. And then to Marcus' right is Ken Brown. He's the Asia finance editor and also the Hong Kong bureau chief for the Wall Street Journal and Dow Jones. And then next to Ken is Brian Calvillano. He's the news director for the Asia Pacific region for the Associated Press, which means it's not just text, but also video and photography and all cross-format. And finally, the only lady we have in the panel is Ilana Lee, and she's the vice president and managing editor of CNN International, Asia Pacific. So, again, the purpose of this panel is to really for the news leader to have a chance to really communicate, what is it they expect from their top leadership within the newsroom, and what do they look for in terms of talent, and what it means to really lead. And so I hope you guys will enjoy the panel.
I have one. Thank you, Paul. Does this work? Okay, well, it doesn't. Maybe I'll take that. Thank you very much, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here. Great to be back in Hong Kong, where I lived for many years. As Paul said, these are interesting times in journalism, and to understand what it takes to get a job in journalism, to advance in journalism, to manage a journalism enterprise, these are all good questions, and we have a great panel here who can answer the questions. What I thought I'd do is begin the conversation by just sort of posing a few questions to them and let them serially answer them. And after that, open the floor up to you and your questions, and you can throw spitballs at them and try and get them to react in an interesting way after they finish with all their prepared answers. So, so I guess the first question, which is the most obvious question, but it's actually not an inconsequential question in today's world, is what does it actually take to get a job in journalism? Particularly, what does it take to get a job in an enterprise like the ones that you work for? Because each of you works for well-known international brands, sort of destination spots for a lot of journalists. What are you looking for in young journalists, and what are you finding? Why don't we just go this way and start with Ken?
Well, we at the Journal and Dow Jones, we're in a pretty good position because we can really hire the best, most experienced reporters out there, and so we're when we have been, at least in the U.S., one of the few people who've been hiring a lot. And so what you do is you look at, you get your pile of resumes, and you just look for standouts, and certain things stand out that from the crowd. And so among the things that I'll look for are we are broadly a financial publication. People with financial knowledge, people who understand some of the complicated stuff we talk about, just so that they can hit the ground running. I look for people with language skills, especially out here, but even in the U.S. You think about when you hire someone for one job, but you want them to have a career. And for us, a career often and should mean going abroad. So we think about that a lot. And then we look for people, the other great thing about hiring in journalism is you get to see what people have done. And, if I read someone's clips or watch what they send or look at their graphics or whatever, and nothing, knocks me over, then, I won't expect it to knock me over when they're on board. So I look for, just stuff that I wish we had done. Really smart, really unique, creative, things like that.
Okay, Brian, before you get into it, maybe I can ask you specifically also to address the question that Ken sort of raised, which is how do you balance the value of expertise in a subject area? It could be regional expertise, it could be knowing finance or economics, versus journalism, writing, or I guess these days content production skills of some kind, versus in this region something more narrow, which is language, country knowledge.
Well, I think we're probably all fortunate to have reasonably good-sized teams where we can mix and match a lot of those skills. We can make sure that we have the regional and the country knowledge, but as everyone knows, there's also a benefit in the newsroom to having what we call fresh eyes on a story, or being able to look at a story with the perspective of someone who hasn't been immersed in it for a really long time. So I think building a balance both of skills and expertise and knowledge of a region is important, and so that you don't end up with a real homogeneous population in any of your offices. More broadly to the original question, I mean, it's true we don't hire as many people as we used to, I think, across the industry. And yet, when we do have opportunities to hire, we're inundated with fantastic candidates. I mean, it's like, the journalism world is churning out better and more varied skill sets amongst its journalists, I think, than ever before. And so when we do have opportunities to hire, it's an incredibly precious thing that you really don't want to screw up. You want to make sure that you absolutely get, the right person who has the right skills for the job that you're filling. And for me, at some foundational level, those skills are actually the same skills that we've always looked for. It's, does this person know how to work a beat and break news if it's a reporting job? Do they have a track record of breaking big stories? Those things are universal, and, the value of the exclusive has probably never been higher than it is now, despite all the changes that have happened in our industry over the past 10 years or so. And then you build on top of that, and you think about, well, how does this person use all of those, all of these incredible tools that journalists have available to them in order to do those foundational things? Do they know how to use social media in order to mine, in order to mine a beat? Do they know how to do data journalism at some level? Do they have multi-format skills? But those sort of bedrock principles of journalism that we want everybody to have, that actually hasn't really changed, even though the industry has changed in so many ways.
Maybe from the television perspective, are things different?
No, I don't think this perspective is different at all. And the reason I like this panel and I was willing to come on it is because it's a big issue of mine. I'm constantly hiring people, and it takes about a year or 2 years to figure out if you've hired the right person. But you can literally tell in 72 hours if you've made a mistake. And it takes more than 72 hours to get them out the door as well. So hiring is a really important part of our process. I'd say there are a lot of smart people now. I have one of the youngest newsrooms in all of CNN worldwide here in Hong Kong. We've got a lot of millennials. Some of them are here. And being smart at school, it's a common denominator now. It doesn't get you noticed. What does get you noticed is the type of skills and passions you have. We brought someone on who's definitely beyond a millennial, but his passion was, for example, Instagram. Very obsessed with Instagram, became one of the most popular followers here in Hong Kong and I'd say in Asia Pacific. And Facebook picked him up. So these kind of passion, when I had a conversation with him, I was able to have a conversation about a new field that maybe I'm not as familiar with. But he brought that type of expertise, to our newsroom. I've got some people here, when we brought Madison over from Atlanta, she spent a lot of time on the medical beat, something that we didn't have here in Hong Kong, so she would add a lot of value to that. Judy speaks 3 different languages. Alok has a lot of interest in Southeast Asia, so he brings those expertise. So, we are like in a way we're homogeneous, but we don't want to be homogeneous. We're like a united nation. So if everyone can bring different skill sets, then that makes us a smarter newsroom. The one thing I would add to that, and the reason we do interviews face-to-face as much as possible, whether it's Skype, is because we really need to make sure that their disposition would fit our culture. We're not as big as we used to be in a decade ago, and we're hiring tons of people. We have to be really specific on who we hire. We have a fantastic newsroom, and if I bring someone in who's not going to get along with that culture, who's not going to pick up and do their part, it really stresses a lot of the other overachievers in the newsroom. So we want to make sure they've got I can teach them the skills. We've got good teachers who can teach them how to put a rundown together, to how to learn our CNN system versus an AP system versus an Al Jazeera system. But I can't teach them the attitude. You have to bring that attitude, and you have to be willing to start from the bottom and be willing to do everything. The worst thing probably is someone coming to my office and saying, I'm just not a morning person. It's just, none of us wants to do morning shifts. I started doing shifts at 1 in the morning for 3 years when I came from New York, and I was literally jet lagged for 3.5 years. So, you got to come with the attitude that I want to learn. But if you do, the great thing about companies like ours, at least for CNN, is that we will invest in your career and we will invest in your future. So, those are the things that I look for.
So all of these comments sound a certain curious way. You're all talking about people coming to you supplicant-like, hoping to get a job at your organization, this exalted media organization, CNN or AP or the Wall Street Journal, because everybody wants to work there more than anything in the world. And my experience is that's not actually always the case anymore. In fact, I'm not sure that we're not begging for talent sometimes and competing against organizations we never competed with before to get the best people. So could you talk a little bit about how do you go about finding talent? Because it's not just people showing up at your doorstep. You're up against anybody who does social media. You're up against anybody who has new media. You're up against companies, products that didn't exist 5 years ago. How do you go about sourcing talent?
Yeah, I know I've gone up against all that. I've lost, I worked in New York for many years and ran a staff there, and I lost people to every social media organization, out there, and hired from some, and there was a big, New York is a big sort of media community, so there was a big flow like that. And one of the things I did when I came out here, and I had a pool of talent in New York of people I wanted to hire. I had a dozen people on a list, basically, that I wanted to hire when the right opening came out, and those were people who I, met over time, either found on my own, they approached me, et cetera. They were beating us on stories. When we hired my replacement in New York, he was a guy who, we had competed fiercely against from the FT for many years, and we were able to bring him in, and that was sort of a 3-year courtship. And then the right job, which happened to be my job, he took. So it is, from our perspective, we need to show what we can bring to these really smart, talented people. We need to show them, that we're going to give them the biggest thing I get from people wanting to come to a place like the Journal is I want to work with a really good editor. I want to get global exposure. I want to do the best work of my career. And I feel like this is a place that will get me there. And so we just need to show them that we can do that. And sometimes we can, sometimes we can't, depending on what their needs are. And sometimes the irony of it is, and Marcus knows, from his old Journal days, at the Journal forever, the pinnacle of writing and in journalism Broadway was the page one Wall Street Journal leaders, these massive, long, months long, sometimes years long investigative stories, features, all that stuff that took forever. And you put it on the front page, and you got this great readership and all that stuff, and it was what people strive for. And that's really not the case anymore. I mean, people are very happy to do a project that's visual, that's a graphic project, that's an online project that has all kinds of different elements. People are interested in doing long-running series that maybe not are one print story, but watch an evolving story and have different facets like social media and stuff like that. And we need to, when there are people we want, we need to show that we're a place that we can let them do that kind of work.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken, Marcus. I've had to hire people both in San Francisco and in Charleston, West Virginia for the AP, and I tended to have a lot more candidates for the San Francisco jobs than for the West Virginia jobs. So, I think what Ken said is important, is that the recruiting doesn't start when you have a job to fill. You're constantly looking out there at who are your competitors, who's breaking news, who's, who do you wish that you had on your team, and keeping a list of those people and making contact with those people. Sometimes at gatherings like this one, sometimes just at news events where something's going on and you have a quick chat. One of the things that I run into in recruiting for the AP is just everybody has sort of an impression of every news organization. So if someone has a track record of doing really long, in-depth investigative stories, maybe they still think of AP as the wire service that's sort of just the facts, blah 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 blah, comma police said, and I think managing people's impressions of the organization and what it would be like to work there is important. Presenting with them some vision for how you're part of the organization and how the organization in general perceives itself and where it thinks it's headed. But having a group of people who sort of understand what you're trying to accomplish that you can turn to when you have an opportunity to hire is a lot easier than, we just posted a job, oh my gosh, who are we going to hire for this, and starting to make frantic calls. So, and I've done both, and the former is a lot better.
Yeah, I'd say it depends on there's multiple layers of hiring, of, which level you're hiring for. The one things that that my managers, my deputies, and we have one remit. I would like to eventually, when we hire a writer, for example, or hire an associate producer, we want to hire someone that we believe that could have a progression within our newsroom. We are investing in them, so I would like that writer to eventually want to become a producer, or associate producer, segment producer, and then move up that ladder and become a producer. I mean, certainly in my case, I started as an AP, so I'm very sensitive to if anybody goes around and gets angry at the person who's prompting. I know what kind of difficult job that is, But so I've had that progression with my company. I like to do the same for who we bring up. But there are other different types of jobs. For example, talent, anchors. That is very difficult. It's one of there's a reason why I've got like 10 different television monitors in my office. I'm constantly checking to see who's on television, who would be the right fit for CNN. And it's not easy because you're not just teleprompter reading. My boss loves to tell me, are you telling me with 1 billion population in China, we can't find, the Christian Amanpour for China, And, it's not only how you look, it's, what you bring to the table. Are you able to suddenly go from a prompter reading format to suddenly dealing with breaking news in Iraq, and then change to why the Nikkei is dropping 7%? It's these kind of skills that we're looking for. So for me, the biggest homework is finding talent. And sometimes I would love to find someone from print, because I have a huge respect for people in the print business, but they would need to learn the skills for television, which is fundamentally very, very different than television. And what we're trying to do for CNN Money, for a lot of those out there looking for jobs, and I hear you have a job fair after this, we've got 2 positions for CNN Money, but we're looking for someone who can not only write, but potentially may be able to report on television. So we're looking for someone who's got multiple skill sets. Now, where do you get that? That is the biggest challenge.
Just For you, it's talent. And I think for me, it's leadership positions that are the hardest jobs to fill because traditionally in the news business, I think we've taken people who are really great journalists and we've made them bosses. But newsroom leadership is a very different set of skills than being a really great journalist. So.
Yeah, I know how that goes. So, talked about, Alana, you talked a little bit about finding the Chinese Christian Amanpour. And you mentioned earlier sort of what you're looking for, an attitude, an approach to the job. There's a whole lot of qualities that go into a great journalist. The metabolism, the attitude. I actually always look for people who are insecure in a good way, in the sense that, you doubt yourself and you always consider the possibility significant that you would have made a mistake, and so you double and triple check your work and make sure you get it right. And I think that actually is a virtue in journalism. Can you talk about specific qualities? I mean, other than like being willing to get up at 1 a.m, which is actually I concur with that entirely. The willingness to just be there and do the job. But specific qualities that you all look for?
Well, they'd have to write really well. I mean, you need to write. You also need to be able to go beyond the relying on your Reuters and your APs and your Bloomberg terminals. You have to have the ability to pick up the phone and double check your facts. I think, we were just talking about how like CNN was in a relationship with AP and we sort of went our separate ways in a way. But what they did in a way is brought back into the newsroom the skills of the old days of calling up and confirming your sources. And so you need those kind of journalists. Creativity. You don't want to be too creative with news, I have to say, when you're really fact-checking and fact-basing it. But what I mean by creativity is if you have a really strong producer who's putting a rundown together for 1 hour, we are in a really stiff competition with everybody out there. It's the same type of news that you have delivering to your audience. Well, then what extra value are we going to bring to the audience? Just because we're CNN, what is that extra X factor? And if you have a really strong producer who's going to be able to connect the strands, an instance that's happening in London, and why should we, sitting in Hong Kong, care about it? You really need someone who can have a holistic view of that news. And
so what you're saying, just to drill down a little bit, so when you talk about that awareness of news, you're looking for somebody who is widely read in. I mean, who pays attention to everything and who has an innate curiosity about everything, right? That's what you're saying, really.
Absolutely. And, you're all here, but, this isn't a 9-to-5 job. This really is, your job doesn't end when you walk out the door. So, yes, to be incredibly well read, and if you can add some of your passions to that. So, I have a guy, for example, who's crazy about, technology and the Xbox and whatever, new technology that comes. He's out there in Japan lining up, getting the latest tech gadget. That really brings a lot of value to our newsroom.
Are there characteristics or personality traits you look for?
I guess, before I even consider someone, they need to have the basics, right? They need to be a solid news reporter, facts good, pick up the phone, work hard. And I guess one of the things that differentiates that I see, and it's even my reporting staff now, is I have some people who have a list of 10 stories they want to do right now, and they always have a list of 10 stories, then they never get to them. And I have other people who...
Wait, is that good or bad?
That's good, because
You never get to them?
Well, it's true, but they're working really hard.
Together.
Yeah.
I wonder what we could have had.
I still have my list from those days. So I think it is managing the person. So, and it is in some ways it's incumbent on the editors. But I get a list of 10 ideas. Okay, we're going to do this one. We want to do this one. We don't want to do this one. We don't want to do this one. But I want someone who keeps coming up with, hey, I heard this. I want to go dig into that. Hey, I think this might be really interesting. I had a dinner the other night, and this guy was telling me this story. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that stuff bubbling up. I tell my reporters that, you can give me ideas or I can give you ideas. And, if someone's sitting around, I'm going to give them a story idea. And, the last thing they want is a story idea from me because it's, it may not be any good and they're going to have to report it out anyway because I've assigned it. But I want them to be generating ideas and being out there. And some of it's creativity, some of it's hard work, some of it's seeing a story. I think, boy, this is interesting. I heard this nugget. I heard that nugget. I think maybe there's something going on here, and I want to look into it.
Anything to add, Brian?
Yeah, those both a great set of attributes. The ones I would add, I guess, one which is fairly easy, I think, to measure in a really good job interview is just a certain measure of intellectual curiosity. People who just are really interested and curious about the world, which comes across, I think, in conversation and, in the kinds of travel people have done. The other, which I think is really hard to measure when vetting a candidate, is just resourcefulness. If I drop this person onto some remote island in Indonesia after a tsunami, are they going to be able to figure out not only how to report the story, but also how to transmit their images or their story back to where it came from? And that is especially especially working in this part of the world, that's an incredibly important skill that people need to have.
Yeah, I think we're probably saying similar things, but now we're multi-platforms. I see the Wall Street Journal now doing more video type of things. Our reporters now have several masters. That's why we actually call the production side the beast, because the beast is so hungry all the time. And what our reporters have to do, in the old days they just had to worry about what they do on television. Now they have to write a wire. Then they also have to write something for the digital side, and then they have to do interviews for the affiliates. I mean, when they're out in the story, they've got to satisfy these various masters. So that type of flexibility and multi-skill ability is really, really critical for us.
So one of the things in all these traits and attributes you're talking about is what you, the bosses, are looking for from prospective hires or journalists in your newsrooms. But one of the most critical elements of success in journalism today is serving the audience. And while bosses invariably see themselves as the true intermediaries of the readers or viewers' will, in fact, the readers and viewers operate sometimes independently from bosses because we have other metrics that we are honoring. How do you think people in a newsroom, and to what degree should people in a newsroom be thinking about the metrics that show how successful you are individually as a journalist with readers or viewers? To what extent is that an issue for an individual reporter or editor or producer in a newsroom?
That's been a huge challenge for us at the AP, because we're essentially a wholesaler of news, right? I mean, a huge percentage of our content is distributed to other business customers, most of whom are other media organizations. So measuring and reacting to audience behavior has been difficult because we don't have a certain number of page views on our home website. That's changed a little bit. We have our own presence in mobile, and we're able to now see how stories are playing. But it's, over time, I have, and a lot of leaders in the AP have tried to really, even though the customer is more likely to be another media organization, the end user of the content, to use very corporate-sounding language, is a human somewhere, and so to really think about how that person is looking at the story or the image or the piece of video and reacting to it, and to make that the focus of the journalism as opposed to the intermediary in our case, who is the AP client who's receiving it and then distributing it to their audience.
Yeah, I think the verification process is really critical in our business. I mean, and that's what I love about the digital space. Because you can definitely measure it very quickly. I mean, CNN International, at least globally, we don't have the Nielsen ratings as we do in the United States. So you're always trying to figure out, the story that you put your money and your people on, does this have value for ultimately at the end consumer? I don't like to get caught up too much on that, at least in my newsroom, because ultimately good journalism is good journalism. Everyone's here. You know what's good journalism is, so I'm not going to go into that process. But when you have a home run, it has all the right ingredients. The beauty about the digital space that I love, and sometimes it becomes, talent could be very vulnerable, and is this: we can see, for example, if you start watching a package, if your viewers will stick with you. Sometimes they drop off when the reporter comes on the screen, which is really unfortunate. So then we have a conversation with the reporters about, well, the couple of seconds that you're on, doing your stand-up, how are you going to bring your viewers in and to make them part of your story? So we have these metrics as we can see. A great story, people will stay 90%. There's a 90% completion. Some of it is 10%. Some of it is 30%. Then you can start diagnosing why would someone just bail out on my story after 40%. So yes, we do have that. I think it's a very important mechanism, and to have those verification mechanisms. But ultimately, I think we all know what's a really good and strong story.
It's I kind of judge it differently in different situations. So if I have a reporter who consistently delivers stories that get a lot of readership online and they're good, interesting, well-reported stories, I'm thrilled. If I have a reporter covering, a narrowly focused area, and I know that I know it's important, but there are fewer readers, I'll judge them on the quality of the stories, and I also will think in the back of my mind, how should we be covering this the way we're covering it? Are we covering it too much given the audience? But I always tell a story, and I think we were together at the time. The first stories we wrote on the LIBOR scandal, which has the eye-glazing effect that you can't believe. The first stories we wrote on the LIBOR scandal, which were the first stories anyone was writing on it, got this huge readership, and we would put these stories up, and they took a lot of editing and a lot of explaining, and they get these huge readership, and we're like, maybe there's something to it, and we did a lot more reporting, and I think part of the reason we did a lot more reporting was there was a huge story there, and we had a great reporter who was covering it. Part of the reason was they were consistently getting read, and so that's stuff that you think about as an editor.
So talking about what you think about as an editor, you get hired in a news organization, things are going great, you're sufficiently willing to come in at 1 in, you're insecure in all the right ways, and you think maybe what you want to do next is rise up in management. What are the issues facing managers like yourselves in news organizations today? Where do you spend your time? Is it something that anybody should aspire to, or should we all just avoid it like the plague because really it's just going to ruin our lives?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not projecting here. I'm just asking a question.
I actually love management. I mean, I came up from an AP and producer and all that level, and management is something I've been into for a couple of years now. But I actually really enjoy management because, we go back to the 1 a.m. Trying to motivate a team 9 to 5 is not as difficult as trying to motivate a team at 1 a.m. You have to have a lot of skill sets. For us in New York, we had to watch a lot of VH1 to make sure we're getting through the day with, disco music. But, I feel like with management, some do it well, some don't do it well. And I don't think it's for everybody. But in terms of management, I find it very exhilarating in this system that you are able to create an environment that you think or you aspire to create an environment that is the best for your journalists. So they don't have to worry about the budget, that they don't have to worry about security, that they don't have to worry about who they're going to go out in the field, but hopefully I'm pairing them up with good people. It's not easy, but if you get it right, I find that to be very satisfying.
Yeah, I think it's in some ways analogous to the satisfaction that a coach gets from a winning team versus what a player gets from a winning team. It's like you're creating the environment, you're giving them the resources they need, you're setting the priorities, you're front loading them on the stories, you're talking about what the images are going to be, and then when it turns out, in some manifestation of what you envisioned it to be, that in some ways to me is more satisfying than if my name's at the top of the story or I'm the one standing in front of the camera, because you're sort of taking pleasure in the success of others and playing a key role in it. And also, if you recruit and hire somebody and train that person and mentor them, and then they move on through the organization to bigger and better things, it's also really a really great and satisfying thing as a manager.
From my perspective, I was always one of the people with these huge story lists that I could never get done. And so if I have a team of 5 reporters, I can have them do all those stories. And I got so many more stories that I wanted to get done.
Right.
And so that was always the thing that drove me and helped me in managing was, just how many more stories, how many good stories can we get out there? And then there's other things like budgets and hiring. And
let's talk about the burdens, because they're real too. And how much of your lives do you spend on what may be important and serious parts of management, but aren't what we all think of as news and journalism? How much and how is that changing, particularly with the advent of so many new forms of competition?
Millennials. Millennials. I think managing millennials is different.
So that falls in the category of burden.
It's not so much. It's not a burden, but it takes a lot of our time, I think.
Attention, young people.
And I think it's something that it's really exhilarating in many ways because you get to sit down and have a conversation and hear from them. I've been in this job for 72 hours. I want to move on now, to something else, or I want to move to a different company. And you just, you have to be able to have an honest discussion why, you're not a parent. You don't want to have this, you got to walk before you run discussion. But managing that when you have at least for me, I have a very young newsroom, it brings so much energy and passion, which is what I love. And then you have to manage that as well, because yes, after 72 hours, I want to do this. I want to go to news gathering. I want to go to planning. I want to go certain things. I want to be on television. How do you manage that? That I think is, is something that I think for managers we need to study or something. Whoever's going to teach us about that. I think that's really a critical part of the managing skills.
Well, certainly, managing budgets is a challenge, can be a burden. I think, as many of us have watched our news organizations change and in some cases get smaller by different degrees, thinking about the organization and its structure and how it can function, as a different sized organization with a different set of priorities, it takes, I think, a pretty special kind of news manager to really enjoy that aspect of it, because it has very little to do with reporting the news every day and, editing the stories or, assigning making the assignments. And yet, again, it's, the foundation on which people can then go out and do good work. So you've got to create an environment where they can do that.
I guess, we've been lucky because we haven't faced a lot of the cutbacks that a lot of other organizations have had. But I think one of the things is, maybe these are a dreamland, but in the old days, you kind of had, a staff, and then you had a bunch of stuff to cover. And you'd kind of rank the things you wanted to cover, and when you ran out of staff, then that's the stuff you didn't cover. And it was a real matching stuff. And stories change, and you reapportion staff. And now it seems like there's a whole nother variable, which is, costs and budgets, and, we're going to move, this money that we had for reporting over to this other project. We need to hire more online graphics people. We want to hire, a social media editor, and we're not going to cover this because we decided that's a priority. And so the ground is shifting on you more, and that can be hard because you feel like, okay, now there's an area that I want to cover that I'm not covering, and how can I make that work? And so you force yourself to, okay, we'll make a compromise here. That's the stuff that's been harder more recently.
Is money a constraining factor in terms of what you think you ought to be able to do? Either are you able to hire the people you want to hire? Do you have enough money to hire the people you want to hire in every case, or do you ever end up in a situation where you can't hire somebody, or do you not have the resources sometimes and have to do triage around areas that you would like to cover? Has that ever happened?
Not really the former, but the latter to some extent. I mean, I think, you're always every story you decide to do is going to be a choice, and part of the metric you're using to make that choice is finances. If you have if you have a pool of resources and you have to decide, okay, how are we going to cover, this vast and fascinating region with an endless number of stories, with the resources that we have, then you're not only deciding what you're going to do, but you're also deciding what you're not going to do. And in some cases, what you're deciding not to do, to Ken's point, is stuff that you've always done. But you're not doing it because, the landscape's changing, the audience is changing, the customers are changing, and you need to change along with that. And, I think the one thing about managing change is that, it doesn't stop changing just because you made a decision last year to hire a data journalist instead of, another correspondent in Indonesia. You're gonna have to make another decision like that this year, and you're gonna have to look back at those decisions you made in past years, and and wonder if that's still the right mix.
I mean, I've always made those decisions. There have always been people I want to hire that are going to cost a fortune, and I'm not going to get, even in the good times, I'm not going to get that fortune. Or I feel like there's an area we need to cover, and not everyone necessarily agrees with me. So it's always been the case, and I think probably now it's just things shift more frequently.
It's a constant juggling act. If you find really good talent, I would say we would go after them. But it's a daily juggling act. I was on the way from my home coming here, and I basically had to ask my editor, it's a good story, but it's a nice to have story, but is it a must? When I've got, budget concern, I've got to think of budgets. And you don't want to dampen the team that's, worked on that story, but I have to constantly ask myself, what's the difference of a nice to have and a must? And, we are a global network. We've got bureaus all over the world. So, we're not we're not always adding new bureaus, and you've always got to have, where do you add, where do you take away? So it is a constant struggle. Hopefully, you have a strategy behind it, and you're able to see for the next 3-5 years, where is it that you ultimately have to be based, and where is it that you don't have to have, foot soldiers on the ground, but you can work in different ways. We're very lucky in the sense that we've got a bouquet of affiliates around the world. So sometimes when we're not physically there, we can rely on some of the key television providers in that country. So you have to be a bit creative that way. Technology certainly helps us. I mean, we're a journalism company, but we are also a technology company that allows us to do what we want to do from all parts of the world because we've got great technicians who allows us to do that in a cheaper way. And so, it's a constant juggle.
So let me open up the questioning to the rest of you, because you're all journalists in one way or another and probably have better questions than I do anyway. So somewhere there's a microphone, and if there's not, why don't you just stand up and, here's the microphone. We have one here. Please say who you are so we know.
Hi, I'm Annie, and I work at Reuters in Thailand. My question is for anyone. How do you handle, as a team leader, as a manager, how do you handle weak talent? Like you said, it takes, 72 hours to know if you hired the wrong person, but it doesn't take 72 hours to get rid of them. So how do you work with that? How do you manage and motivate them to become a leader, or to at least be stronger?
I'll just, from my personal experience, you have to be honest, and feedback is very important. I think one of the things managers don't do very well is give feedback. It's really tough. Managers don't want to be bad people. They want to always deliver good news if you potentially can, because you're human beings at the end of the day, and you do want to be liked. But feedback really, if you give it in a constructive way, for me, we have annual reviews, we have mid-year reviews, and that's another part that takes a lot of my time. I think at the end of that, if an employee feels that what they're hearing from you in December is a surprise to them, I think at some point that I failed that employee. It has to be a constant conversation throughout the year when they're not only doing, they're not measuring up, but also when they're doing really well. But sometimes we forget. We're 24-hour, we're very fast, and we kind of forget to pause and say, hey, you know what? You did a really great job on that. Or you know what? Something was missing. What was it that was missing? And so it really goes to feedback. And sometimes you can have feedback for a short period of time. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
For a young reporter and someone I've hired, maybe with language skills or various things, you try to work with them. Maybe this approach didn't work. Maybe that approach, help really set them up with a senior reporter and do, stories together. Maybe they're better doing short, really short, more newswire type stories, and have them do that try a lot of things. And, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And for a more senior person, it's trickier. And usually what it is someone comes in, they've done great work. They really are pro, and they just don't fit into what you want. You've made a mistake, and they have a certain way of working, and it's not our way of working, or they have certain assumptions, and we're not delivering on the assumptions, whatever. And that, usually you just have to end it. You just have to be very clear, and it doesn't happen in a day, but those are situations that are hard to work out. With other people, it's much easier to really try to work through and teach them and all that.
The only thing I would add is, you do have to, there is a certain level of patience. You have to give people time to adjust to the different workflow of different organizations, and you have to be really clear about what your expectations are for that person, both before you hire them and, continually after you hire them, so that they know what's expected of them. But, sometimes it doesn't work out, and sometimes it's better to determine that faster rather than, to let it fester for too long.
Other questions? Paul?
So, there's people who've been in a company for a very long time, and they work really hard, and they're really dependable. But what separates the dependable good workers to leaders? There are things that people do inherently kind of screw them out of a promotion that is not really talked about as much. Could you share some light?
Is there a specific example, Paul, that you want to? Well, I think, as I said earlier, you want your newsroom leaders to be great journalists, but it doesn't mean that all great journalists are great newsroom leaders. And, sometimes, somebody has been in a job for a long time because they're really good at that job, and there's nothing wrong with having a career, doing a certain thing. And I think, we've made the mistake in the past of assuming because somebody breaks news all over the place or, is a great producer, that they're automatically going to be a great boss, and that's not always the case because being a boss is about a lot more than just the content end of it. It's about creating an environment where people want to come to work every day, and it's about having the people who work around and under you continue to develop as journalists themselves, and some people are good at that, and some people are good about writing stories, and that doesn't mean they can't continue to develop and get better at that function of their job, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the right person for that promotion.
If I could just sound like a swivel-eyed optimist for a second, my experience has been that people who do good work and want to rise will rise. That generally speaking, there was sort of implicit in there the notion that you could be doing great work and the bosses will keep overlooking you. I think most news organizations are pretty meritocratic, and particularly today when the resources are limited, bosses look for people who are skilled, and they look for people who are good at journalism. And if you're good, if you're a writer and you're writing really great stuff consistently, you're going to get attention from the boss. And then if you are a manager and you're doing a good job managing the enterprise, your department, whatever, you're going to get more attention. I do think that that what happens where people may go wrong is they become too focused on the career aspect and don't remain focused enough on the what are you supposed to do aspect. And I do think, and again, I may be wildly optimistic here, I do think that in general, if people are consistently doing good work and focused and delivering, I think most news organizations are meritocratic enough that they will promote you. Well, they're meritocratic and desperate enough that they will promote people who are good.
I think in one of the differentiating factors in a manager, I will take, if I have a great reporter who's a real pain in the behind, that's fine. I have to deal with them, but they're producing great stuff, and I will manage that, and the end result is what I want. But they're not someone who's going to be a manager, and so you hate to say attitude, and it's sort of such a nebulous thing, but to get to that, to be promoted and moved up and put in charge of people, that's often a differentiating factor for someone who's good.
Hi, my name is Yu Gyang. I cover technology for the Associated Press in Seoul. My question is about growing number of journalists who are from their country and are fluent in English or educated in the United States who continue to increasingly contribute to Western media where you guys are from. I would like to hear from each of you, as a news manager, what kind of benefits do you think these people contribute to your newsroom, and do you try to balance people, when you hire, do you try to balance people from the local country but who are fluent in English and people who are probably educated, grow up in the US but have knowledge about Asia? And I would like to hear about what kind of strength and weakness do you see in these candidates, because I think Asia is a really interesting place in that sense. A lot of Asian people are interested in working for the Western media.
News is always local. That's why we don't even dare to compete against local news. So it's very advantageous for us to find someone in that country who's living and breathing the news there. So we are always looking for that. The flip side of that is sometimes you could be too local. So we're looking for someone who can tell us why that story is not only important for, you're coming from South Korea, for the South Korean market, but why the person in Spain is going to care about that. So we need someone who's going to be able to articulate that to us, as we have pitches coming from all over the world and demanding space on a 24-hour news channel. So that's one aspect of it. We are constantly looking for someone who's multi-language skill, which is very important, especially when we're dealing with stories like North Korea. It is helpful for us to have someone who speaks, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and English. But ultimately, we need people who are going to be able to write really well. And so they have to be very strong in their English skills in terms of their speaking skills, but also their writing skills. Sometimes we find people who can speak very well, but may not be able to write very well in English. So that would be the difficulty of that. But we are definitely always looking for someone who can come from multiple countries. It just makes us stronger as an organization.
I would say that balance that you mentioned, Yukyoung, is essential, that you have people, who look at a country from an outside perspective, but also people who have deep knowledge and connections from within the country. I think what's changed over the past generation is the level of training and skill in journalism in every country in Asia amongst people from that country is much, much higher, and it's because there are a lot of great opportunities for journalism education in Asia, and there are a lot of people like yourself who have gone to university in the U.S. and then gone back to their home country. And I really think people like you and your colleagues are a huge part of the future of news gathering, at least in the agency business in Asia, because the level of skill and training is so much higher than it's been in the past, and because it's such an invaluable part of understanding a country and then translating that country for the rest of the world.
I think we're at an interesting time. So we publish now in Asia online. We publish in Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Hindi, and Bahasa. And so English language is, of course, hugely important, but we have a lot more flexibility, and we're serving different audiences. So we actually compete with local media. And I'll give an example. We have in India, we have some non-Indians working for us, but a very small number, and then we have mostly the bureau is probably 90% Indians, and it's the Dow Jones Newswire's bureau, and it's the Wall Street Journal bureau, which is all together. And the bureau chief there had done a bunch of projects, investigative reports, and long features over the past few years with a bunch of the different staff members, and really got them trained to do high-quality work. When that rape case last December in Delhi happened, we had a bunch of really well-trained reporters who knew the country, and it turns out that one of the reporters, one of our sort of young local reporters, was from the same town as someone who was involved in this, and spoke the local language, and we were able to get several big scoops, global scoops on the local media and everything, some of which landed on our front page on that story. And I think that's what we're going to see more of, and it's incumbent on us to train people who are talented and passionate, and then get them to the level of skill and the reporting skill and the writing skill that we want, that work for a global news organization. So I think we are at a really interesting time.
It's gotten so much better. I came to Hong Kong first time in 1984 and worked for AP Dow Jones News Service. We had 4 people in Asia, 2 in Tokyo, 1 in Hong Kong, 1 in Singapore. How many people do you have now, sort of Dow Jones Empire in Asia?
About 200.
About 200. So it's been some increase. And the quality of the people is vastly superior. The depth of the reporting is vastly superior. In you hear, one of the things that drives me a little bonkers is I will sometimes read or hear about the demise of a foreign correspondent. And they'll have whole books and panels and committees talking about the decline of the foreign correspondent. And I mean, the technical term for that is colossal bullshit. There are far more people today doing really good reporting from all of these countries than ever before. I mean, if you asked in 1980, if you wanted to know what's going on in the petrochemical industry in China, you went to the Jesuits, who are, Ingchan, where were the Jesuits? They were out in Chinese university or something. Then they had this study group, and these Jesuits who'd come out of China, they'd go to the railroad station in Guangdong, look at the grease on the axle, and try and figure out what the petrochemical industry was up to in China. The knowledge today is so much better, and it's because the journalists are from these places and really know what they're talking about, and because they can be in there and the news organizations are hiring them. The challenge for the news organizations now, and I think that there's real progress at some and there's less progress at others, is to view all the journalists as journalists. And there is still tiering that goes on inside some organizations. And they look at the people who are hired locally, and their treatment of them is different. And, invariably what will happen is, and it does happen, is somebody who's really just awesome, great, and happens to come from, KL, but is just driving a lot of traffic, that person is going to start having economic leverage. And one of the beauties of all the metrics that are available today is who works, who's powerful, and and those journalists need to go back to their employers and start, demanding. And there'll be a lot more of that. But I still sense in some places, just from what I read, that there is this hierarchy. In some places enforced, like in China, because the government won't let people have bylines. In other places, I think cultural, but it's going to change.
I was going to say a version of the same thing, though not as eloquently. But I think one of the things to think about that I think probably applies to a fair number of people in this room is if you're hired by a Western news organization in your home country, even if you're educated, in the U.S. or the U.K. or in a third country, I really think as a career step, moving and working from another country other than your home country, and as news organizations, we need to create opportunities for people to advance without only advancing within their country. Because if you work, if you work for the AP in India or South Korea or most places, you're going to hit the ceiling fairly quickly. There's not dozens or hundreds of jobs in these places, but there are opportunities for advancement all around the world. And if you can do it, with your family life and all of the other factors we consider when thinking about moving to another country, I think it's definitely a beneficial thing for a lot of people who have done it.
Yeah, I took one of our Chinese researchers a few years ago to New York. She covered commodities for me, and it was fantastic because China was driving commodities, and so she gave us this great perspective in New York. Doing that, I have a Japanese reporter in Hong Kong now covering tech, and that's great because he's seeing getting a very different view. He had covered Japanese technology for 5 or 10 years, and he was incredibly knowledgeable. And now he spent a week not that long ago on the Alibaba campus. So that's an interesting mix of experiences.
In the back, in the red.
Hi, my name is Resmay. I'm from Cambodia, and I just finished up my study at Hong Kong Baptist University. And my question to all of you is, we would like to know, have you ever faced any difficulties to cope with your reporter using social media like Facebook or Twitters? Sometimes they give comments, blah, blah, blah. And because back in Cambodia, many people, many journalists, they don't know who they are. They're just commenting what they want to say. So I would like to know your comment on that. And my second question is that regarding the recruitment, I would like to ask this question to Mr. CNN. I like your speech. Will you? Yeah, I like your quote, I can't teach you the AP style and Al Jazeera style, but I can't teach you the attitude. But my question is that will you welcome the young graduate like us? Because many of us come here, or you look back into the professional experience, something like that, or where we are come from, something like that. Thank you so much.
What was the second question?
Could you repeat the second question?
The second question is, will you welcome the young graduate, do you care about a degree, master, bachelor degree, and you look into the professional experience or not? Yeah.
Absolutely, we look at professional experience. I mean, degree is helpful, but I don't know, GPAs, it doesn't
Hong
really.
Kong University degrees, though, right?
Huh?
Hong Kong University degree.
Yeah.
Hong Kong Baptist, yeah.
And Hong Kong Baptist College.
Yeah, absolutely. University degree, journalism degree. Although, as soon as I stepped foot in a journalism school, I found out anybody who was famous never went to journalism school. So I was wondering why I was there. But I get it. 10 years on, everybody has a degree. So yes, that helps. But I think the professional experience is very helpful. We do background checks in terms of we get references, and it's very good when someone's working at other professional organizations and they come highly recommended. We definitely look at all those aspects. We do writing tests. We do all the basics that all my colleagues would probably do as well. So yes, in those terms, we definitely look at all those things. Your first question was about
Social media.
social media. Yes, it keeps our PR department, and we have a PR department here, really quite busy. But for us, we have standards and practices which we give to all of our reporters, producers, writers, just everybody in the world of CNN. You have to read it, and we have strict guidelines. Basically, if you have CNN name attached to it, there are no personal opinions, and we tell that to our staff. We even tell that to our
Sorry,
interns.
can you clarify that? If you have a CNN name attached to you, in other words, if you work for CNN,
You can't go out.
or is it if your Twitter handle is CNN Ken?
If it's CNN, you have to stick to the reporting standards and practices.
What if he works for you, but his Twitter handle is, Wall Street Journal? No, his name is. It just goes by his name. Does it?
Even though, we believe that you can have your private Facebook where you limit it and lock it to your friends, and whatever you do in that space, it's your business. But if you are putting things on there and that you are in a capacity as a reporter, there is no difference. You have to be a reporter, and there are standards and practices of that. All the checks and balances we would do before you get your script on air is still the same thing as social media. Somehow, people think social media just gives you the license to say whatever you want, or have one verification and still get on it, and it's not the case. We would still be obliged. They would still say, how did you check your facts? And so we make sure that whenever we're dealing with social media, that everyone reads it, and they make sure that they verify that they've read all the social guidelines.
Let's go. Yeah.
Hi, I want to go back to the question about firing people.
Could you identify
When you interview someone,
Could you identify yourself?
oh, I'm sorry. My name's Michael Logan from Next Media Animation, and we just hired a bunch of people, about 24. And but anyway, I wanted. What is it like when you're about to fire someone? You're thinking back about the interview process. Like, what did I miss in the interview, in the 3 interviews, to where I didn't see it, but now I see it? And I have to go back and correct my mistake. Was there anything in the interview that you overlooked, or in retrospect, you were like, oh, I should have seen that? But conversely, have you ever come across somebody that you passed on and you wish you didn't? And in retrospect, what did you miss about them?
I've only fired one person I hired, and he signed off on that person too. So
I don't remember that.
And the mistake I made was that person had worked at an organization that had a very particular culture and a very particular product for a long, long time, and I was asking them to do something different. And they had, the skills were there and the attitude was there and all that stuff, and they never adapted. They never quite made that transition. And so I don't think I made a mistake. I mean, I think I knew what we needed, and the person wasn't able to do that, and it probably took less than a year. And they were surprised when they were fired, but they shouldn't have been, because there had been consistent, questioning of what they were doing. And the second part was?
When you get the reverse.
Oh, yeah. No, it's always been a situation of, either we don't have the right job or we can't afford them. That
doesn't mean you don't regret it. I mean.
Yeah, no, that's right. Oh, yeah, no, there's people I wish we could have hired. Sure, absolutely.
I mean, just on the first question, since I signed off on that, I think Ilana's point earlier was a really important one, which is, it's vital to be upfront with people about your reasoning and to take on full culpability for your own lapses, and just sort of acknowledge that, we thought it was going to be great, and then proceed to enumerate all the reasons why and put the emphasis on why it should have been great, and then say, sadly it doesn't seem to be working, and here's why. I mean, I think it happens. It's actually happening more than once, and it will happen in any organization because of cultural differences. You know, I've seen people hired in who they come in under sort of one family circumstance, and then there's some disruption in their family, and they're less interested in the job. I mean, there's a whole host, the range of reasons, and all that matters is, you know, clarity and transparency, honesty, and the maximum amount of sympathy, if not empathy, with the person to ensure that they feel not wronged by you, because after all, you made a choice, and you need to acknowledge that you made a choice, but, you know, everybody makes mistakes at some point or another. And then the list of people that I wish I had hired and who later went to work somewhere else and became huge stars is like everybody in this room.
This person was not fired, but I can think of an example in which someone interviewed so incredibly well that I sort of skipped all of the other things that you're supposed to do in order to vet a candidate, you know, talking to their colleagues and, you know, trying to suss out as many things about them as you can outside the interview process. And, you know, I sort of wish I had hired everyone else I interviewed for that job.
Yeah, I know exactly what you guys are talking about. But what I do when I hire someone, in the beginning, I may have hired someone based on an interview I did with that individual. I no longer do single interviews. If I'm going to hire a position, like I hire someone for the international desk, I will have a pretty good group of people interview that person. So that person is going to go through 2-3 different interview process with us. The bad side of it, it takes a while. Because, you know, trying to get all our schedules in place and to meet with this individual. But I want them to be a stakeholder into this new person we are hiring. So when something goes wrong, they are also invested into making sure that person is supported properly. And so for me, one of the things I learned from, you know, someone, I take it from the book from another manager, is I will have other people interview the individual and reconfirm and confirm what I feel, or sometimes they'll tell me, look, I know why you like this individual, but for these are the reasons why it won't fit at this time and stage in their development. So that's what I do, and hopefully that's helped us make less mistakes. But, you know, I've been in those very, very tricky and sticky positions where you've had to, say, you know, give some unfortunate news.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go here first. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Then, yeah, I'm Yixiang. Previously, I worked with Thomson Reuters as a financial reporter. So I have got 3 questions I want to ask the panel. The first one is about, because right now a lot of organizations are coming through the internal business restructuring. So the reporters, after they have been made redundant, then they go outside. Maybe they still applying for a reporter role, but they might end up into PR or maybe marketing or maybe into finance. Yes, so I wonder, so do you still welcome in this type of people that are coming back to journalism because they might still got the passion, just at these circumstances they might not find a suitable role? Yes, so how do you perceive that? What type of industry you think probably would be linked then back to the industry, the journalism industry? Then the second question is about the CFA, because I know a lot of financial reporters that they're taking that type of examination. So you think how important it is for them to take that of financial certificate, bring that background into journalism? Then my third question is related to, because I know there are some reporters, for example, they're working for Your Money, or maybe they're working for Incisive Media, so they're reporting on very specific type of journalism. So that is a very niche market. But this type of people, they also wanted to go to the wider media, so they want to go to the like a wire service. So you think how can they switch their skills from reporting a niche market into a wire service reporter? Thank you.
Usually, our journalists who go.
I quit on Marcus and spent 20 months at an investment management firm because something I'd always wanted to do, and they were sources of mine. I'd known them for years. They had been sources of mine for years, and they had kept wanting me to come over. And I actually quit twice. I quit once and I stayed, and then I quit again and really left. And I missed journalism. I missed the paper, and I came back. And you know, I left on good terms. I mean, they knew I was sort of passionate about it. So that's one. Two, CFA. I've met some really good reporters who have CFAs, and it helps them understand finances and stuff. I have some really good reporters who are equally good on finances who never did a CFA, and I actually think if you need that kind of education or that kind of training to learn this stuff, that's fine. Other folks have learned it on their own. I think once you get really deep into that stuff, it really doesn't play out in mainstream. Even our type of journalism, it's too specific. And the last was niche publications. I don't tend to hire from them, partially because you can see the only people I would consider hiring would be people who really generate a lot of scoops, who really are driving that space. The problem is, I don't know, it's hard to say that would translate into a broader field. And also my experience with some of those is they don't operate the same way we do in terms of sourcing, in terms of, the quality of the information, in terms of, I can think of a bunch of them who get a lot of scoops and third or so are wrong because of the way they report, and I think they have value in the field they're in, but it wouldn't work for us. So it's kind of hard.
Okay, we have time for one more question because I overlook you. Why don't you do? Behind you. There. Yes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Angela, and I'm an independent reporter and filmmaker based in Beijing, working mainly with the Wall Street Journal over the last 2 years. And my question is about the status of freelance journalism, assuming that freelancers have the skills and talent and are savvy about what you want, whether it's at the Journal, AP, or CNN. What objectively do you see as the role of freelancers both now and into the future here in Asia?
Well, we use a lot of freelancers, for all formats, photographers, video journalists, writers, and reporters. But like everything else, you're balancing a budget, and you have limited resources, and you have to make choices about where and when you're going to use people. And I think it would be nice to be able to use freelancers more often. I think one of the calculuses we use in deciding whether to use a freelancer is if this person is in a place where we don't have our own people. So we tend to use people more often in places where we don't have, large bureaus of our own. In China, it's a particular challenge because of the accreditation factor. We only use freelancers who are legal. But I think that the use of freelancers has steadily grown, particularly for visual formats, for photos and video, and I would expect that to keep growing, probably steadily. Anything more?
Yeah, freelancers are sometimes like the unsung heroes. We have to tap into them in areas we don't have presence. But at the same time, I'd say it's a matter of trust. Just because they're freelancer doesn't mean that they're not exposed to our standards and practices. So we tend to continue to use freelancers that we've trust worked with us for years and years, so who know exactly what we're looking for. Because at the end of the day, if your byline's going on CNN, it doesn't matter whether you're a freelancer or not. You're part of our DNA. So yes, they're incredibly important, but we don't have a lot of them. We tend to go to the ones that we've had a long history with.
I've been signaled we should end it here, so I just want to thank our panel. They're very helpful.
How can they follow you guys on Twitter? Do you guys maybe just let them know your Twitter handle?
Good idea. I don't have one.
I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I'm a lurker.
I'm a lurker too. So
I'm just B. Carvellano, so first initial, last name. If you can figure out how to spell my last name.
It's Ken Brown 12, because there's a lot of Ken Browns out there.
You're the 12th one to join Twitter, apparently.
I just want to thank the panelists again for taking the time to really
It's Italian.
Italian.
Yeah.
Well, nice meeting you.
Okay, so if you're not here for the workshop, please do take your conversations outside. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to pass this on to Eric. Go ahead and take it away, the secrets of SEO.
And if you are here for this workshop, feel free to move down. We have a small, intimate group, and I might as well not talk to a big room here if it's just a few of us. But I guess I have to use the microphone for the webcast, right? Okay. So, well, hello everybody, and thanks for on the SEO expedition here. Can you see this? Okay. So just a little bit of background. I've given this or versions of this presentation a few times to different audiences, primarily people who are the sort of the copy editing realm or who have some interest in editing, sub-editing. I think is the way it's referred in this part of the world. Just so I know who I'm talking to, can I get a sort of a show of hands of who in this group is who is a copy editor or a sub-editor? So we have a couple. Okay. Who would think of them as a web producer? Nobody. How about students? Some. Okay. What are some of the other, just so I know some other disciplines here? Reporters. Okay. What else?
I work in an NGO.
Okay. So I think there's going to be useful information in this for all of you, but just bear with me because some of this is kind of geared toward the copy editor, and if there's stuff that doesn't apply or it doesn't quite make sense, feel free to just shout out. I'll repeat the question for the webcast. So a little background. I am not a copy editor. I've worked in digital outfits or digital arms of newspaper companies in the U.S. for 15 years or so, and in the context of the work that I've done in digital, I've often worked with copy editors to sort of help ensure that the work we do, the great journalism that we produce, can get seen. So that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about today. So I'll use the term audience development to kind of talk about the broader aspect of how do you get people into your stuff and ensure that that they can see it. And in order to sort of kind of parse SEO, to know we need to learn a little bit about sort of how search engines work. We'll talk about the headline writing aspect because that is a part of SEO, and a little bit about sort of what do you do with all these new visitors that you've got once you've optimized your content for search. And do feel free to shout out questions as we go. So why care about search? Well. For one thing, there's a lot of people that are out there searching for information. You guys are among them, I'm sure. And the term that you hear a lot, right, is SEO, search engine optimization. It basically refers to the techniques that we use, both sort of in terms of editorial and technological, to make our content more findable, more visible to search engines such as Google, Yahoo, and Bing. Yahoo and Bing actually use the same underlying search technology, so they're essentially the same search engine. I presume that there are other search engines beyond these that work very similarly. So when I say Google, just assume that I mean search engines in general, since something like 80% of the searches are done on Google. A couple things to keep in mind in thinking about SEO and headline writing is that SEO is is one thing. Headline writing is another. There's a little sort of point where they intersect, but to write a good headline, to write well, to create good content, obviously is a lot bigger than just thinking about search engines. And to really do good SEO is actually broader than just writing a good headline. Talked about audience development. I'll come back to that term. But it's the acquisition part, but it's the part where we are trying to get people in that's what we want to focus on today, because that's where is most helpful. And here's a few ways that people come in, right? We're familiar with search. Social media is an increasingly large share of the refers to most news websites. RSS feeds, links from other sites, and then there's the front door, right? And what do I mean by the front door? It's your homepage, it's your section fronts that people have bookmarked where they want to come back. These are sort of your most loyal visitors. In many cases, they're the people who think of you as a brand and want to come directly there. And in all of these, really sort of the headline, and I'll talk a lot about sort of headline writing, because that's I think it's key not only for SEO but for driving audience to your site in general. Think about if you own your own use of search engines. You're looking for something specific, right? You're not just going to Google to browse. Perhaps you're using Google News for that purpose, but in general, if you go to you want something. And so one of the objectives of search engine optimization is to sort of to meet people at the point where they want something. Here's some numbers one big number that I think is actually pretty staggering: 100 billion search queries a month. I don't know what multiple that is of the world's population. But it's pretty big, right? And that's just on Google. So even if you think about, well, search traffic isn't really what I'm looking for. You may have heard people say, well, search traffic is empty calories, right? Because people who come from search, they look at one thing and then they move on. Well, really, just based on the volume of traffic from search, it's kind of hard to ignore. That's why I like to say the O stands for opportunity. Couple of ways to think about search, both sort of the real-time side of things. So if you're in the breaking news realm, you'll be writing things that people will be searching for in real time. In any case, news organizations produce a really big, what you call long tail, right? Is people familiar with the term long tail? The idea that we've of the universe of content that we've produced, say a news organization, the things that people are looking for right now account for maybe a small, like the stuff that's happened right now accounts for a fairly small amount of your content. So the stuff that is really driving traffic right now is a relatively small amount. But over the months and years that your organization has been in operation, you've produced huge amounts of information. And this all just sort of sits there. And in many cases, it's not very easily accessible. In fact, for a lot of people, for a lot of websites, the best way to find anything that you've done, say, years ago is to search for it, right? So the long tail actually, in the aggregate, produces quite a bit of search traffic. So for most folks, I think the term wordsmith would apply, right? You work with words in one way or another. So what does this have to do with your job? This sounds like techno stuff, right? And it's true that SEO is not just about the how you craft a headline or what you put into an article. It's also about the underlying technology of the content management system that you use, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. But the editorial work that you do does have a big bearing. So a little background. This is about as technical as I'm going to get. Got to do the sort of the kind of the general how search engines work, right? Forgive me if this is stuff that I imagine a lot of you already know. I'll go through it pretty quickly. So you've heard of the spider, right? The bot that goes around and follows links on web pages, and links goes from one page to another to another to another, and basically sort of the robot crawls the whole web and pulls in to a database to a big index all of the content. Then search engines will use algorithms to basically consider the inbound links to a page. So if I have a story that a lot of people have linked to, a search engine will say, hey, that must mean something. If a lot of people have linked there, that means it's relevant, it's useful, it's good quality content. So we'll assign an authority score based on the inbound links to a page. And then finally, when the actual search happens, a user will type in a query. The search engine will go and match it against all the things in the index, and it'll a list, which it then sorts based on a combination of how relevant is the information to what the user is asking, and how authoritative is the source. So the rank, when you look at a result listing in Google, say, is relevance plus authority, more or less. I mean, the Google algorithm, as anybody who's followed Google knows, is very opaque. They don't talk about the science behind how the results are generated. But generally, the big factors are relevance and authority. Relevance is the thing that we have the most direct control over. Authority is something you earn over time. So as you sort of create great content, those of you who work for sort of established news organizations have the benefit of having organizations established authority assigned to all the content that you produce. If you don't, you have a little bit more of a challenge because you have to sort of build that credibility from scratch. But it's relevance primarily that I want to talk about today. So what would be indicators of relevance? Like where on an article page, say, or a blog post story that you'd post is a term most likely to sort of trigger a search engine to think of it as relevant. And not all parts of a web page are equal. When you think about, if you look through the eyes of the search engine at an article that you post, a word or a phrase way down in the article has a weight than a word or a phrase high up in the article. And the place that it has the most weight is in the title, in the headline. If you've ever looked at HTML, the raw HTML of a page, there's a title tag. That's where search engines will look to see what is this page about. Other things that govern relevance, the text and the URL. I have some visuals here. So the title tag. So this is usually the headline that you give to an article. The URL text, which is the what did you name the? If anybody uses WordPress, you may have seen you have the ability to edit a permalink. That's the URL text. Things like headings, and then inbound link text is the text that other people assign to your content when they link to it. So if you write, say I'm linking to the Wall Street Journal, and I write a phrase that I then use to link to that story, that phrase will be used by the search engines to describe what I'm linking to, and that helps search engines understand what a page is about. And so, as we sort of think about the background of the engines work, let's turn to the jobs that a headline has to do, because obviously the search part is only one bit of it. So headlines do make sense no matter where you find them. They've got to sell the story, and as we've pointed out, they have to rank well. So to give you an illustration, here's a story from the Seattle Times. This is what it looks like as a sort of a standalone story on our site. This is the same story on a section front. This may be the way it looks on the home page as well. This is the story on the little the sidebar on our site where we show what the most popular stories are. Note that here you don't have any of the contextual information. You don't have a photo, you don't have a subhead or anything to sort of to indicate to the reader what the story is about, except for that headline. Here's the same headline in as a tweet, as a post on Facebook. A little more context on Facebook, a little less context in Twitter. Here it is on Google and in Google News. Here it is on our mobile site. Here it is on our tablet site. And here is, well, it's actually not there, but imagine it on the ticker on the side of our building. So lots of places that a headline or the title of a piece of content might show up. Think about RSS feeds, think about news aggregators, social media, and we have no control over the presentation of this. We can't. All we can do is sort of put the information out there. We don't govern how it gets displayed. And the one denominator across all of this is the title, the headline. This is the one thing that gets displayed everywhere. So as a result, it's really important that we craft a title, craft a headline that describes the content and sells it. So here's an example from the LA Times from a few years ago. This headline, I don't know if you can read it, it's kind of small. It says, "Want one Friday? It calls for a plan." That's a meaningless headline, right? Completely meaningless. I have no idea what one refers to. Why Friday? This doesn't make any sense to me. Now, obviously, this is a headline that ran in the newspaper. And in the newspaper, it had a photo, and it may have had a subhead, it had other things around it. I'll give you a clue and tell you that this story ran about the time that the iPhone first was released. And in the paper, there was a nice big photo of the iPhone, so the headline made sense. On the web, it did not. So, here's how you might have rewritten that headline to make it work, not just for search, but for readers. Here's some other sort of tips on getting kind of the best information at the front of the headline. Think about your use of search engines when you search for something. So first off, when you type in a query into Google, do you ever go past the first search results page? Right. So generally, if you're looking for something, it's right there on the first page. And in addition, you spend like 2 seconds on that Google search results page before you go to where it is that you want to go, because it's instantaneous. You see what you want, and as you're sort of scanning that page, what you're looking at primarily is the first few words of each of the blue text, right? Maybe you look for some other context if the blue text isn't enough, but generally you're looking at a few words of that blue text. In other words, the headline. So sort of front load the most interesting content. That's a good way to capture people's attention. And then tell people what they're going to get. If you've got a post or an article that has video, maybe you want to use video to introduce the headline. But always keep in mind, don't overpromise, because once that may work, or twice, but eventually people will lose faith. Here's an example, I think, of overpromising. This is an article from Business Insider, which does this, I think, fairly frequently. Here's the real reason India's yuppies are queuing for up to an hour to get into Starbucks. So, it's an interesting headline. I looked at it, and the story was basically, well, in Starbucks, they have air conditioning and Wi-Fi and places to sit down. And that, to me, was a wasted click. I felt cheated after I saw that. And that, once fine, but now I remember that. Oh yeah, Business Insider, they're the ones with the overreaching headlines. These are the guys who just take it to a whole other level, right? BuzzFeed, how many of you use BuzzFeed? Everybody has been to BuzzFeed at some point, I know. 33 people who make you feel better about your dancing abilities. I mean, these guys have taken the sort of the obnoxious headline writing to a whole new level. They've made an art out of it, and it works for them in the sense that people keep clicking. It's probably the different people. I don't know. I don't generally go back to BuzzFeed if I can avoid it, but it is one technique that I think is probably one that sacrifices sort of long-term credibility for short-term gain. So don't be at BuzzFeed. So let's how Google sort of connects queries with content. I like to call the headline or the title tag a beacon of relevance, because it's really sort of signaling to search engines, a relevance to a search term. We don't know what search term. We just know that that this query that a user somewhere types in is something that we hope will connect with a piece of content that we have. So think about your own use of search engines for a minute. The most common search queries are a few words, right? This is Super Bowl this year. These were in fact the top rising search queries on Google in the U.S. that day. The rising queries are the ones that not necessarily the most common, that are sort of trending the quickest. So obviously people very primarily focus on the Super Bowl. The Puppy Bowl, I understand that gained popularity outside of the U.S. Can't imagine why. This is bigger than the halftime show in the Super Bowl. Is the Puppy Bowl, where they parade puppies around and have them chase a ball around a little field. It's definitely a must watch. Think about these terms though. What's the thing that they have in common besides football? Any ideas? Think about grammar. Think about parts of speech. There are no verbs, but proper nouns. Yeah, nouns. They're all nouns. Noun is the building block of the search query. You think about when you interact with Google, what are you mostly typing into that search box? So if you look at these are some actual headlines from the Seattle Times. These aren't over any of your stories, are they, Sharon? Okay. No, I think I'm not. Nobody in this room is going to be embarrassed by these headlines that have been rewritten for SEO. So the top ones are actual that appeared in the Seattle Times, and then we took a few of them and kind of tweaked them to make them a little bit more, a little bit better, I think, for both for search and really for attracting eyeballs. So we tried to get some proper nouns into the headlines. So we call it the sound in Seattle, right? The body of water that Seattle sits on. But people who are searching are primarily going to use the full term, which is Puget Sound. You know, we want to try and get a place name into most headlines, especially ones that deal with, say, a waterfall. Well, where is that? You know, this Taliban story seemed to like sort of throw the actual most important part of the story out of the headline altogether. So we tried to bring it back there, and it especially with a proper name. Yeah. No, you know what? That's actually that's a good thought. You could have done that. I think we didn't think about it. I'll revise it. But yeah, inbreeding would make sense at the front. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to say we have a couple of professionals here. I just sort of play one. I do other things most of the time, so here's another here's another example. Which of these headlines do you suppose makes the most sense from an SEO perspective? Right. I mean, you know, I suppose I could say this is a matter of, you know, their judgment issues around this, right?
But would this depend on the publication itself? Going back to the Seattle Times.
Right. So yes, it's true. I mean, I'm using examples drawn from the Seattle Times. Your mileage may vary, right? Everybody's got to consider their own audience, their likely search audience, which might be a little bit different from your core audience, and what you're trying to accomplish. But certainly for us, right? Alaska is a lot more concrete of a search term than Pacific Rim, and more frequently used. Tsunami is a more common search term than tidal wave. So it makes sense as to use these terms in a headline. Oh yeah, and earthquake, obviously far more common than Temblor, which is a favorite of, I don't know, do copy editors actually still use the word Temblor in headlines? Okay, good. Always puzzled over that. Here's another headline. As flu spreads, pharmacies run low on vaccine, or flu shots in short supply at pharmacies. Any thoughts? So I'll give you one hint is that flu shots is actually quite a bit more common as a search term than vaccine, and I think yeah, I mean I think that was the primary one there, trying to get a term that's likely to be searched for. And actually, flu by itself is a really big and interesting search query, because if you look at the patterns of when people search for flu in different areas, you can actually track flu outbreaks geographically and over time. One of the things that these examples sort of point up is the need to kind of think about what people are searching for, and there's some tools that you can use for doing that. I'm just doing a quick time check. Clearly, proper names important. Full names, and this is where headline writing or SEO style headline writing may conflict with house style in some news organizations. I'm gonna put Doris on the spot here. How do you guys reconcile the first name last name thing? Do you use full names in headlines, or do you?
For web purposes, we do use the full name, especially if it's somebody involved in a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that's not a name that you would necessarily know for headline purposes in print. Like if somebody
Right.
who just committed a crime.
So because there's a likelihood that people are going to search for a name later on, you'll use a full name in a headline, even if it's not a household name, say. Yeah. And then think about the stuff that you have that other people don't, because after all, it's a lot easier to match on a query for a term that is less common. You know, if you're one of 50,000 people doing the same story on, or running the same wire story on a celebrity, you know, you might not want to invest that much time and energy into SEOing your headline, because the benefit is not likely to be all that great. Some things to leave out, and again, this is you know, different schools of thought will vary on the length of a headline. What we found is that anything more than about 50 characters for us will lead to a truncated display of the headline when you get your search results in Google. Google will display up to a certain number of characters after we get the ellipsis, and it cuts off the rest. Google will match terms that appear in longer headlines, but it'll only display the first part of those headlines. So just for consistency, we try and ask people to keep headlines under about 50 characters. You know, puns, which, you know, this is something that you know, it's near and dear to headline writers, can work, right? But sometimes they're less important, I think, than some of the other factors of headline writing for SEO. And then the infrequently used synonyms for common terms. So this is you know, another good sort of example of the how style may conflict with the of SEO. I happen to like the from the Seattle Times, which I think did a little bit, you know, got some of the puns in there, got the, you know, the some take too much license with vanity plates, but also got the noun, the important term at the front of the headline. And always remember, you're not writing for Google, you're writing for people. But it's good to keep in mind that search engines are looking at this stuff too. So this leads to an obvious question, which is, can one headline do all the things that I've been talking about? Can you, in a single sort of set of words, get all the keywords in, you know, attract eyeballs, describe the story, make sense out of context, etc. And maybe not. And that's why some news organizations have taken to writing multiple headlines for each piece of content. You guys do heads? Yeah. We have not gone down that path yet, primarily because it's a investment in resources I'm not sure we can afford. But we've got you know, there are a lot of news organizations that do the sort of the display head, a little bit more like the headline that you might see in a newspaper, and then a more literal headline that gets in all the likely search terms, which goes into the title tag. Additionally, you know, remember I mentioned the sort of the permalink, the URL text. That's another way to, without having to write a whole separate headline, get some of the SEO keywords into a high visibility spot. And when I say high visibility, I mean high visibility for search engines. And just a note on Google News, its actual audience is fairly small, but it has a lot of importance for news organizations that are listed there because of this thing. How many of you seen the one box? This is I think Google may have, I don't know, 7 or 8 different, maybe more than that, little sort of treatments that it uses for different kinds of content. So if you search for highly visual, you may get a Google Images one box with a list of images. You may get some YouTube videos. If you search for something that's in the news, you'll get this Google News one box, and that actually drives quite a bit of traffic. So even though Google News by itself is not a huge traffic driver, this stuff shows up on the top of Google search results and does drive a fair amount. So how do you become a student of the query? How do you figure out sort of what people are searching for? one really simple way to think about the keywords that people are using, start typing one. If you're not signed into Google, you will get the most frequently used terms. So if I start typing Seattle, I will get the terms most frequently searched for with Seattle. If I'm signed in, I may get some search terms that I've typed in previously because it remembers. This is a more sort of advanced version of that same thing that uses the same technology and it basically goes through the alphabet and says, okay, after Seattle, what are the most common search terms with each letter in the alphabet? What that shows me is if I'm writing or if I'm trying to sort of come up with a headline for an article, well, Seattle, or about a particular term, I might start with that term, and then I might look to see what other words are used with that. Here's Google Trends. How many of you are familiar with this or have ever seen it? Really cool. Whether you're writing headlines or not, whether you're thinking about SEO or not, Google Trends is fascinating to look through if you're a data nut like I am. Lots of insights into popular culture, into what people are thinking about, what's on people's minds. This is I mentioned the flu, tracking the flu, right? This is the flu outbreak earlier this year. You can see, exactly when it peaked and how it sort of rose and fell. States were affected and which ones weren't. I don't know why West Virginia and Mississippi kind of seemed to be left out, but I think it's quite interesting to look at some of this information just from a purely sort of sociological perspective. But it also has uses in thinking about sort of the content that you're working on, the kind of meeting when you think about meeting people where where their interests are. A couple of things to point out here. So you can limit your search to a particular geographic location. You can limit it to a particular date range. So what I think is primarily useful for sort of general news organizations would be to search for like the last 7 days or the last 30 days and get a sense of what people are searching for in a particular geographical area in a fairly limited time span. There may be story ideas in that, quite frankly. So it goes beyond really sort of thinking about search. So here's back to the Super Bowl as an example. The most common search terms related to the Super Bowl, kind of what you'd expect, right? Notice the third one there, Super Bowl time. That's something that was not lost in the Huffington Post. They actually created an article called "What Time is the Super Bowl?" Because guess what? A lot of people, myself included, search for that very question. What time is the Super Bowl? And if you look at at Google Trends, you see yes, indeed, Super Bowl start time and Super Bowl start. The two top items there, both of those would match the Huffington Post story pretty well. I believe they also had, which I show here, in their URL text, they had Super Bowl as one word. So they captured not only the people who typed in Super Bowl with 2 words, but because they had the Super Bowl one word in their URL text, they got those people as well. Some pretty smart SEO people over there. Is SEO evil? This is a question I've heard a couple of times, and certainly there are aspects that can be used for evil. You hear a lot, I think more so in the past, you've heard of people sort of trying to game the system, right? Trying to insert all kinds of keywords and links and put create sort of artificial stories that are not. I mean, like the Huffington Post story actually had use. I mean, I got some utility out of that because I wanted to know what time the Super Bowl started, and they told me. But there's some SEO practices that are really completely useless from a usability perspective. However, most of the time, first off, search engines have gotten really, really good at getting rid of this stuff. It seems like every few months they come up with tweaks to the algorithms that make it that much more difficult for people who are trying to game the system to get away with it. And it also, at the same time, rewards really good content. So, to me, good SEO is good usability. So I think I mentioned we would talk a little bit about what happens once you get people in. And this goes back to the whole audience development idea. So you're not just trying to get them in the door, obviously, you want to keep them there. And then, increasingly, news organizations, including ours in Seattle, that may have paywalls or may want to ask people to register, are trying to convert people, are trying to get them to do something beyond just sticking around. So one sort of really simple way, I don't know, I think it's simple, but then I'm surprised at how many news organizations don't use hyperlinks in articles. To me, that's one of the best ways to keep people around on your content, right? If you link to previous content that you've created, don't be afraid to link out to other websites, because the whole currency of the web, right, is the link. And then when you consider, a lot of news sites, and it's a problem with content management systems in many cases, don't support inline links, but have these lists of related links on the sides of. Those are actually less effective than if you put a well-placed relevant textual link in your article. So a few ways to measure how you're doing at this. One sort of probably the most useful way is to simply keep an eye on traffic. Look at your refers. If you use Google Analytics or Omniture, it's easy to find out where people are coming from. See what people are see what the overall search percentage is, percentage of your traffic that's coming from search. And then try and track individual search terms if you can. And then really try and look at, if a particular search term is doing quite well, find out why, or attempt to find out why by typing in that search term and seeing what shows up and seeing what you can learn about the content that shows up there. Some somewhat maybe more sophisticated ways is it would be to look at particular terms over time. So come up with your list of, I don't know, 5 or 10 terms that you want to own, the topics that you think are, your beat or that you really need to own, and look at it over time. So do a search today, see where you rank in terms of which number search result. Remember, if you're not on the first page of search results, you're not really in the game. So see where you rank for a particular term, and then look at it over time, and see if you can make a correlation between the efforts that you're putting in and the results. Oh, and then for those geeks out there, or those who have access to Geeks in IT, who can drop a little cookie or a little piece of information onto your server, you can get access to this thing called Google Webmaster Tools, which is a really great compendium of information about how Google sees your stuff. Lots of information in there about how many search results pages content actually show up on, and for what terms. Key points here to wrap up, and then I'm happy to take questions or talk a little bit about kind of how we've done SEO. Basically, you know, the relevance and authority, you know, that being kind of the two big parts of a search query. Relevance is the one that you have to sort of think about when you're crafting your content. You know, the fact that the headline has to work in so many places, it's got a lot of different jobs to do, so keeping as you're crafting it. And you know, I think I should point out probably that I talk a lot about the headline. I mean, the rest of the content obviously is very important as well, and terms that match in the rest of your article also count for something, of course. It's just that the headline is the place where the search engine looks first. That's it affords more weight to those kinds of to the terms that show up in those areas. And you know, it's a really important tool for bringing people in, but then what you do with people once they're there, that's a whole other story. So that's all I got. Comments on how you guys do SEO? Yeah, in the back.
Question about contextual links within body text.
Yes.
What do you find is more effective, actually linking certain words in a sentence, or actually creating a separate sentence for something like read more, colon?
So the question is on contextual hyperlinks. Is it better to link within the context of the text of an actual sentence, or is it better to have certain like things called out as a, you know, click here for more on this topic or something like that, or click here for a? Is it? Paragraphs, yeah. I would say both. I think in general, it disrupts the flow of the article less if you can use the text of the article as a sort of an anchor for the link. Sometimes it's really difficult to work that into the flow of an article. If you have a piece of related content or interactive that you need to describe in some way, you might do it in the form of a parenthetical. You could say, you know, click here for more. I actually don't like click here. I cringe when I see click here, but sometimes it's unavoidable, or you know, sometimes just having on a new line the name of whatever it is that you're linking to. So interactive colon, you know, how look for bridges that have collapsed in your area or something like that, right? That's something that can go into the flow of a story and not disrupt it too much, and doesn't have to rely on click here. Yeah.
This is somewhat related to what you just said about the click here comment. So in your experience, how effective have these call-to-action phrases been on a website? Because like you said, some people like myself do cringe at these, you know, these phrases because I feel like they're manipulated to click on something. But in your experience, has that been effective regarding traffic for Seattle Times?
Well, I mean, the call to action thing, I think it depends. I mean, you know, are you familiar with the study where there's a guy, this is a, you know, he tried he did some like multivariate testing on a few different ways of calling out his Twitter feed. So he's like, you know, I am so-and-so on Twitter. That was one option. And he displayed different ones to different people, right? Or follow me on Twitter, colon, and his name. Or you should follow me on Twitter, and his name. And it turned out that you should follow me on Twitter was the most responded to phrasing. I suppose I think it works differently for different people. I tend to think that that click here is a cop out and unnecessary, and I think you could get and I don't have data to back this up, but I think you could get the same results in another way. So the question is, if you search for your own byline, what and you see the list of articles, are the ones at the top sort of the most viewed or the most sort of important? Primarily, they're probably the most linked to. So that could be that they've been mentioned in social media or on other websites. There are a lot of inbound links, or there's one or two inbound links from a really authoritative source. Like Wikipedia happens to be a really authoritative source and links to a lot of media, news organizations. So if what you're writing is linked to by Wikipedia, it tends to score higher in Google. So a lot of different possible factors, but it would have something. It would likely have something to do with the number of inbound links or the quality of inbound links to your content. Yeah.
Study on the SEO on foreign languages, English, especially Chinese. Has there been any success or failure on trying actually doing the SEO on that?
This is a very good question. It's about SEO in foreign languages beyond English. And I will profess ignorance here. I have no idea, but I wonder if there's anybody in the crowd here who might be able to shine some light on that. Yeah, sir.
I'm not an expert. I'll just comment that I'm not in any sense an expert. I just comment that Baidu's core technology is very similar to Google's. And sort of was developed at approximately the same time, and yeah, it seems to work in pretty much the same way, notwithstanding the filtering.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Other, Danny.
I'm curious. There's been a couple American companies that are reverse engineering content. They're essentially writing stories to fit headlines that are based on search engine optimization practices.
Right.
Do you see that becoming more common? Do you see that becoming something that Google and other search engines try to filter out?
So the question is about basically content farms, right? The people who are creating content to fit certain high volume search terms. There's some evidence that actually fairly recently, within the last year or so, Google has upgraded its algorithms to really hit some of these content farms, and it has blown up some business models in the process. I imagine. I mean, there's always a chicken or egg thing, right? Will the SEO people be smarter than Google, or will Google be smarter than the SEO people? As one sort of improves its ability to defeat the other gets a little bit more advanced. It's like an arms race. I suspect, though, from what I can see, it would seem like the search engines have the upper hand right now. Hard to know if that's going to last, but I get the feeling that that Google is really promoting quality content over. I mean, they're doing a lot of things that I think really benefit the creators of quality content. So right now, I would say it's looking good, but who knows, right?
I'm Eileen, Corporate Manager from Cafe Pacific. So I look at it from a corporate perspective. From time to time, I know that articles online might have a different headline from the papers, and I believe the articles appear online first. Then, are there any particular reasons why the media have to use a different headline for the paper?
Couldn't we just, if the story on the web first and we gave it a web-friendly headline, couldn't we just use the same headline in print? Is that yeah? I think generally the piece that's the reason that a headline will be crafted specifically for print is space reasons, right? So a designer, a page designer will say, we want this article to fit in 3 columns, and we want to give it a certain size headline at 2 lines or whatever, and the headline writer has to write to that spec, and so I imagine most of the web headlines would not quite work in that way, but it's a good question. Do we have to? I don't know. I'm gonna defer to Doris again here, and say. Really, is it something? Are we wasting a lot of effort as news organizations by writing multiple versions of headlines on articles?
Yes and no, because there have been studies about some of the tropes that headline writers use. Like, you don't want to break a phrase over various lines, but they've done reader studies, and readers say that didn't stop me, or headline writers will rely on the word Tumblr, and readers say, I don't know what that means, and headline writers are like, but you should.
Right.
So there are a lot of things where it's kind of wisdom that's handed down from the people who did it that way before you did it, and some of it is based on the way that it's going to look in the newspaper. Like, I work in our style section when we do a lot of stylized headlines that have specific graphical displays. So it's not even a matter of how much space you have, but it's a very specific visual element that's not going to translate online.
Right. Doris, for those who don't know, works at the Washington Post and writes headlines, I think. I think we probably have time for one more, so yeah.
I have another question. So can a high degree of relevance make up for the authority, especially for independent journalists who are trying to set up their own website? I mean, even if you have a highly relevant headline, it's not going to trump the big news agencies out there, right? So how can you get your content out there?
So the question is, if you're a small organization, can a high degree of relevance? Well, I don't have to repeat the question. I forgot about that. So the answer is yes. You can absolutely achieve a greater authority, greater relevance, and not have to worry so much about you don't have the page rank of a New York Times or a Wall Street Journal. It's harder to do if you're competing in the same space on the same topics. When you're working on the same topics as a major news organization, their authority is going to be, in many cases, hard to trump. But that's another, I think, argument for sort of finding your niche, right? Finding the area or even the angle of a particular story that nobody else has, and really sort of trying to kind of optimize your headlines and optimize your content in general for the kinds of things that your bigger competitors aren't going to have. Well, thank you all very much for your good questions, and happy to talk SEO one-on-one. I happen to think this stuff is actually kind of interesting, so I know that's weird. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, Eric. So for the next half hour, everyone, we have another coffee break, and we made it 30 minutes so that you guys can talk with each other and meet some new folks and exchange some name cards. At 4 o'clock, we have the next hour, the editorial hour. So here in T2, it's going to be the leadership seminar with Jane Horan, who flew up from Singapore for that. T1, right downstairs, is breaking into the media industry. T3, across the way, is how to write a strong op-ed with Sharon Chen, just right here. Yep, she's over there. And Sharon, by the way, is a former AJ national president as well. And also the DM Lab, upstairs, up the escalator, is about how to get your book published. And I think Wendy Tang wants to say something.
I just want to say that Paul Chung is also in the leadership seminar as well with Jane. So.
Great. All right. So then you have half an hour, and then do make your way over to your next workshop after that. Thanks. A little bit closer, please, since we have an intimate group here for this seminar on leadership.
It's more like a discussion.
Yes, discussion.
Unless you just hear which I'm okay too. And that way you can sit in the back.
All right, yeah. What?
Yeah. No. I'm just being legal.
I just want to be a good follower.
All right, Bobby, just sit down.
No.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I'm like, just let me move myself.
All right, so let's go ahead and start so we can be on time. We have an hour for this discussion. Paul Chung, who you all have been seeing speak a lot already, right? Too much, yeah. That was my implication. And Jane Horan coming up from Singapore. So take it away, Paul.
So, all of you went through the lunch keynote panel today, right? So what do you guys think? What do you guys think about what some of the top news leader in Asia are saying?
Actually, we're live streaming, so it would be good if we'll use that one around, and we'll use this here.
You want me to give it a I can run pretty fast.
I'm concerned about your tripping. So I thought it was interesting that Marcus had mentioned that he thought that many newsrooms are a meritocracy because, especially to an audience that is largely Asian, and that's something that culturally I feel like we are often told, do good work and that's its own reward, and that's something that our executive leadership program tries to tell you that's not going to happen. So can you talk a little bit about that? Like, is that the case? Because I don't think that I've necessarily observed that in many newsrooms.
So before we talk about Asian, who is actually not American here? So which is the majority? I think, in terms of some of the chats I found is really interesting is, for most of the conversations that we have today, it seems like a lot of journalists, whether you grew up in the States or not, there's an invitation to work for one of the major Western media company. And especially, on the panelists that we have today from AP, CNN, and also Wall Street Journal, they're American-based. And I think the American culture requires different sensibility in terms of leadership structure. One question that they didn't really ask is, all three of them are practically, Brian is American from America that got shipped out to Asia to lead a newsroom, and so is Ken. I think Elena, has a lot of training in the U.S. So one of the fundamental questions is, why isn't there native leaders, someone that's from Hong Kong or, from wherever the country it is, be the news leader of the region. So I think, part of the issue is really about the cultural values. You working in a U.S. or whether it's British or Australian or French newsroom, do you necessarily understand how the cultural dynamic of leadership works in that particular company? Because you're fighting with two things, right? One is the company culture, which is distinct. You also have to fight with the culture of that particular society. So American leadership is very different than leadership in Britain or in Australia or even in France or in Hong Kong. And I think working abroad, you have to really understand these really minute nuances in order to succeed.
Yeah, do you want me to say something? So first, I think because my voice is American, I think I need to dispel the myth. Most of my career has been in Asia. I moved to China in 1985 and taught graduate student engineers in Changsha, Hunan province, and then I moved to Hong Kong and worked for Henry Tang's company. I actually worked for Henry Tang's father, and then went to work for some big iconic brands, Disney, CNBC, and another company. So to your point, actually, I wrote a note when he said that, and one of the reasons why I wrote the book that I wrote was it doesn't always play out that you work really hard and you get promoted. And then particularly there are vastly different cultures and different leadership models that organizations look at. So how do you start to think about, if you do want to move into a management role or a leadership role, how do you start thinking about that early on in your career and some of the things that you're not taught in school, you're not taught at work? And so that's the work that I do and the research that I worked on. Surprisingly enough, did a study on leadership for 6 years. I looked at Asian women and how they moved ahead inside organizations. And if you look at the word leadership in itself, there's like 500 books in the library and there's no consensus on it. But even more interesting about that is, where does it come from? Where do the leadership theories come from? Men and North America, or sometimes Europe. So you have leadership theories and frameworks that come out of the West, and a lot of them, there's quantitative data that it is skewed masculine. So that right there gives a model inside organizations that either you follow, or you have to get organizations aware that leadership is different. Now, look, what are the demographics in Asia? It holds half the world's population, right? So where are your next generation of leaders coming from? Probably right here. So my argument is that organizations need to shift their thinking on leadership, and that it doesn't always come from work. I mean, you have to have the hard work first, but there's some other things you need to do.
And I think, the interesting conversation about working hard is instilled in a lot of culture, but that's a given, right? So it's part of the question when I ask, when you look at someone who does great work and they're dependable, why aren't they getting promoted? I think, part of it is the relationship building. So I think so much of the leadership that we have is really based on the relationship building. So, I mean, how many of you have grew up where your parents would tell you, just work hard, don't kiss asses, or, just mind your own business, live streaming, mind your business and just, focus on the jobs to be done. How many of you grew up with that notion? I mean, how is it panning out for you?
Sorry. Okay. Okay. One of my parents have taught me is if you want to be leader, if you want to gain more power, you may have to move. You may have to move away from the colleagues with whom you get along, because there is price for everything. You may not like it, but that's the real world.
I mean, it's interesting you brought up the word power, right? So does leadership always equal to power?
No.
Why not?
Oh, I thought you were going to answer.
No, you say no. Well, no, I'm just basing this statement, that Jonathan made, to be a leader, you have to have more power. Like, do you think that's true?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, there is power in the sense of institutional power or a position, being, say, executive editor or managing editor, versus being a lowly reporter. But there's also ways where you can influence how things are done by. Yeah, but I think you can influence how things work in other ways. There are some of us who like to work in the background, for example, pulling whatever strings we can. We might not have the institutional power, but because of our hard work and because of the respect that we sometimes, we gain, through our relationships with people, we get things done. And some of us never aspire to be managers, but we aspire to do good work and work with the people we think will, help us, in my case, write good stories, for example, or have our stories, in a prime location in the paper. And that's all I aspire to sometimes.
Sometimes. I think actually you raised a really good point, and you said some of us don't aspire to be managers. So when I was working at CNBC, did anybody work at CNBC here? It was actually one of the hardest jobs I ever had. So I was in human resources, and is anybody in human resources here? It's not a job you want in a newsroom, really. It was the most wonderful people I worked with, and a lot of those people are still there, but it's really hard to be a human resource person because you're the person that everybody hates when you walk in the door. And there's a huge difference between obviously being a journalist and then moving into a management or leadership role. And I think that's when you that when I was taking the notes about when they were actually, there was one thing they said is I look for talent that keeps going back and kind of humble and make certain that they've checked the facts and doesn't make mistakes. Well, that is really great for a journalist. But that's not necessarily what people are going to be selected for leadership, right? Somebody who's humble and saying, oh, I need to check the facts. So there's two different things you're looking at there. So I think my sense is, I love that comment, not all of us want to be managers. So stick with what you want to be and find your passion around that. But if you decide, I kind of want to move into a management role, then you have to let go of some of the things that you learned as a journalist.
I think, that's one thing that's really important to emphasize about leadership, right? Leadership is not unconscious. It doesn't just happen. You really have to really focus on what is it that you want to get out of it. What is it that you want, and work on a plan on it. And if all you really want is to write that great story, then that's the way you need to kind of build that plan for it. You can't say I want to do 10 different things. That most likely not going to anyone. Again, how many of you think to be a leader necessarily mean equal leadership equate to being a manager? Anyone? No? So how do you lead if you don't have people report into you? Just tossing out question. Anyone?
Well, I think that you should be contributing. Sometimes you need to contribute even when you haven't necessarily been having your input solicited. And by that means you can encourage other people to provide feedback. I'm really thinking from a newsroom standpoint, because a lot of times it's a top-down management. It's very militaristic. There's a hierarchy, and you do have to understand the politics of your own newsroom, but it's something where you have to be able to be willing to speak out and bring suggestions to the table. And if you have a question or if you have an issue, you have to also come prepared with options. You can't just be the one who's always pointing out problems.
And this is something really interesting about journalism, right? As journalists, as a manager, I always hear people complaining. All they do is point out problems, one problem after another problem. That's great, but what is it that you're doing to solve the problem? And it really starts from a very basic point of view. So like right after the speakers all left, I see a lot of people went up and talked to them, gave them your business card, gave them their resume. And when I look at that, it really, when I think about a great leader, I would say that person who's constantly shoving them to me is being very intrusive. They're not thinking about, what is it that they could do for me on my time. And, I think to be a good leader, you always have to kind of have that customer service switch. What is it I could do for them? What is it that I could do for, my boss, my company? And how do I become more solution-oriented than problem-oriented? And a lot of times, journalists are not taught that way, right? Journalists are taught to ask questions, ask the tough questions, and whiny at times. But, if you think about being a leader, you really have to take that step back and be able to say, well, what is it that I could solve? What are the problems? I mean, anyone could point out the problem, but not everyone could solve the problem.
Yeah, I think that that's why I think that when Angie asked me to come here, I was thinking, how do we talk about you talk about cross-cultural leadership and different styles of leadership when I see them as two different things from journalist and also leadership. I think journalists are journalists. I'm not saying that journalists aren't leaders, but if you want to make that step into leadership, you kind of have to change the way you do things or the way you think. And when you mention the political side, you do need to look at the organization in a very different way. And I'm not talking about it from a negative aspect. My book I wrote about is embracing the positive side of politics, because political savvy is a key element of leadership, but it's usually not what you're taught in school, and it's definitely not what a journalist would think about. Why do I need to build those relationships? Why do I need to ask those types of questions? Or why do I need to think about my reputation or network? Because I'm here to solve a problem. I'm here to provide a solution. I'm here to provide a story. So there are two different ways. So I guess I think it's better to maybe ask some questions about, so what are some things that you're thinking? Are you thinking of going into a role of leadership? Is this why you joined this session? Or what are some around this topic for you?
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm a TV reporter from Thailand, and I think they're interesting. This is an interesting topic because right now not just because that I'm a reporter, but I'm also a co-producer for the show, and I also have to ask my colleagues to to help me producing the show. So I think it's also some type of skills that I wanted to know that not just in managed not like in terms of I mean the manager or management perspective, but I mean just leadership within your own project, or just the leadership within the show, the stories that you're doing. I mean, do you have any suggestions of because I think the Asian culture is a little bit different than the Western cultures, as you know. I mean, sometimes people, they don't speak up directly in in Asia. They tend to be indirect communication, and that's really hard for me because I've been raised and I've been taught in the Western way, and then when I came back to Thailand when I was in Bangkok, and now and now when I'm co-producing the show, it's really hard to face front and talk to them. What's the issue? What's the problem? And do you have any suggestions of how to deal with those people who are kind of like have the indirect communication?
So the question is indirect to direct communication, right? So if you work in so I'm going to do some gross generalizations on cultures here, so I apologize for that. So if you work for an American firm, they have a tendency to be more direct. You stand up and speak what you want, talk about ambitions, talk about you want to be a leader, and even in some sense you talk about failure, right? And this is the model of the framework that it comes from. This is some of the things that's looked at for leadership. So when I was doing my research in Asia on leadership, obviously found different ways. So instead of looking at, I can talk about the indirect and direct communication and give you some tips, but what I want to share with you is actually something that I also found quite interesting. It's not only direct and indirect communication. I found 3 words that don't work in Asia, and the 3 words were, how ambitious are you? Which is why I don't agree with Sheryl Sandberg's idea of leaning in and talking about how ambitious you are, particularly for Asian women. Secondly, tell me about your leadership. Tell me what makes you a leader. When I was doing my research, most people said, I'm not a leader, and I was interviewing people who were running multi-million-dollar companies, had 15 people underneath them or 20 people underneath them, and definitely were leaders from an American perspective. And tell me the first time you failed. So failure from an Asian perspective is sometimes not spoken loudly, right? So if we look at these things as qualities or characteristics, you can see some of the challenges with selecting talent inside, getting talent to move up an organization, if that's the qualities I'm looking for. Now back to the direct and indirect communication style. Every organization is different, as well as every culture is different, which you mentioned. So when I worked at, I used to work at Disney, and Disney is a really nice, soft culture. Relationships are really important. You wouldn't stand out and be pretty candid. I would watch people from GE/CNBC move into ABC and fall flat on their face because it's a very different culture. It's very aggressive, it's very in your face and very candid. So what you have to do is learn to shift. And a lot of people don't like that, but we all shift, right? You shift when you're getting reports, or you shift when you're trying to get interviews from people. So you just learn how to shift that style and make certain it's comfortable for you. But I firmly organizations need to shift their mindsets and see and embrace the differences that is sitting in the audience today. So I don't know if that's a long-winded answer, but that's what I've discovered.
I mean, how many of you, when you guys go for a job interview, actually culture of the company rather than just the job?
And what questions do you ask?
Yeah. In terms of culture, Sean?
I'm under the adage that you're interviewing the employer as much as they're interviewing you, and if even if your skills and qualifications match, if you don't work well culturally with the team, you're wasting your time essentially. So I generally ask, how upfront can people be? Will people be upset, you know, if I'm frank, because that's kind of more my style, and sometimes it rubs people the wrong way. But yeah, I generally ask in those terms.
For those who don't ask, is there any reason why you don't, or you just don't think that's important, or you just want a job? No? Anyone? Or just that is not even a question that come up as part of your questions? That gentleman in the back.
Well, I'll say that in Korea, where I've worked in the past 5 or 6 years, you don't really get to ask a lot of questions. In fact, you know, you should just put your hands in your lap and kind of listen to what they tell you. And it's just it's a bit too aggressive, I think, sometimes to ask anything. You know, sometimes even salaries are not talked about until after you've agreed to do it. So.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a really good point to bring out too, because even if you're working for an American firm that could be in Korea, right? So the nuances will be quite different. But I think it's also interesting that at an interview you wouldn't ask questions. So if you were at an interview, an American firm, you didn't ask any questions, that could be like a career limiting move, right? But for you, working for a Korean firm, asking questions might be a career limiting move. So I think it's really important to understand it. But to the question on organizational culture, really sometimes very hard to figure that out, because people might tell you one thing, but when you get in, it could be something very different. What I recommend is really read the websites, really see what's going on. You can see vast differences between Goldman Sachs and JP just from their websites. Do you want to say something?
No, actually, question. I mean, we kind of referred to it during our keynote panel, but oftentimes the interview process seems like a one-way street, where it is just the applicant trying to win the job, when in fact it should be, or in some cases it's more of a two-way street, especially if is a highly sought or somebody with a big name. They'll go after that person. How do you make it into a two-way street for the rest of us?
Ask questions. If I did a lot of recruitment for CNBC and for Disney, and one of the things we do look at is how you ask questions and what questions you ask and how prepared and how much you know about it. So and as a journalist, that comes natural to all of you. So I would just have a lot of great questions prepared.
I actually do a lot of prep work when I interview for a job. Not only do I, talk to anyone that I know who work at the company or who left the company, to kind of get a sense of why they left the company. Is this a right fit for me? Or the people who work in it, what is it about the company that they really love? And, I do a lot of work beforehand. So with this latest job that I have at AP, so, before I was bring up to interview, I asked, my supervisor, say, who is it that I'd be meeting with? So that I could get a little bit of context and background on, I have to meet 19 different people over the course of 2 days for this job that I have. And I make sure that I know, all the different background of all these people. You really have to come prepared, not only with, good questions, but, really ask yourself, what is it that, how do you fit in to what is it they're doing? Because I think at any given moment, companies might look for you because they need to fill somebody, or they think there's something that you possess that could help them move forward. And we don't really know, when you go on an interview, what is it they're looking for. A lot of times, my first job at the Wall Street Journal, I actually applied to be an assistant, and then the job they offered me was a editor job, which, I'm just like, I don't even know how that happened. But, I guess during the course of the conversation, you just have to be very focused. And I learned a lot from my first job in the Wall Street Journal, that you really don't know what the end game is, but you have to come prepared and be able to talk about, what is it that you could help them to do, and some of your really unique perspective, at least in the U.S. context.
Just to follow up, though, I mean, where do you draw the line between being, say, a desperate job seeker and an arrogant one? You know what I mean? I mean, again, sometimes some people oversell themselves, perhaps, or might have this feeling of entitlement. And again, other people might feel as if, I got to do everything and say everything I think that they want to hear in order for me to get this job.
I mean, I think you have to stay true to yourself. First, try not to get yourself into that point. Even if you are, you have to take a step back and say, why is it that I want to apply for this job? I mean, that's part of the reason why, we all come to conferences or do because, you know what, career management is a full-time job. You don't just career manage, when you need a job. Just like they don't look for people when they have an opening. Like somewhere along all these people they meet, I bet in their mind that people that would stand out. Now, what are you going to do to follow up with them? To be persistent but yet not annoying. It's very delicate.
Well, I think actually that's an interesting question. I don't know how to answer that, but there was somebody on the panel who talked about somebody who really sold themselves well, and I forget which one it was, and they said that they hired that person, they forgot the rest, and actually they ended up realizing that wasn't the person they wanted. They should have hired probably all the other people. That's why I think it's really important to understand the cultural differences, because to the point raised earlier, sometimes people aren't that outspoken, aren't that talkative, but you can even look at introverts and extroverts, right? So introverts might be more reserved, and deep thinkers, but when they say something really powerful, right? So it's just as an interviewer understanding the differences and being able to embrace those differences. And I think you all know when you're kind of overselling it, and certainly the interviewer would too. So.
Hi, my name is Resmay. I'm from Cambodia actually, and if you don't mind, I would like to go back to the building relation with the or public figure, because I found difficult with this issue. I used to be a reporter back in Cambodia more than 4 years, but I don't have more contacts or more source from the government official, because I don't like to be with them, like you said, because I feel that if I'm close to them, it spoil my credibility or something like that. So what should I do with this situation? Thank you so much.
Answer. And when I talk about politics, my politics is I focus on organizational politics. So I think I'm going to pass it over to somebody else who talks about that.
I mean, this might get a little bit off topics, but I think whether it's a politician or any other sources, you have to manage them like, they're not your friends, but you have to be able to make sure that there's a trust between you and the source, and there's a clear expectation. What this relationship is, and it's really important to have that clear expectation. So I would say, you can't go in and think this person is, this relationship is one way, while they interpreting the relationship to be someone else. I mean, if this is not a date and they think it's a date, there's a problem.
Actually, let me respond to that. I cover politics in DC. One thing you have to learn is to manage your relationships with your sources, regardless of whether or not they're politicians or just regular people. Again, politicians are just regular people in many ways. They might act differently, but it's going to be up to you to manage those relationships. And people know how to do that in many ways, because again, each politician is going to be different. They're going to have different styles, and so as they mentioned earlier, you're going to have to learn how to pivot and learn how to calibrate how you approach each person. And again, it's going to be incumbent on you to figure out how to do so for each individual.
I wanted to, Jane, to pick up on what you said earlier, was because obviously Sheryl Sandberg's book, a lot of folks are reading it right now. You'd said that what she's teaching in her book, or what she's saying in her book about ambition, about how you succeed as a woman in a Western American context, isn't going to work for an Asian woman here, perhaps in Asia, or trying to get into an American organization. Can you talk a little bit about what doesn't work and maybe what does work, and how we should be thinking about it?
Sheryl Sandberg's came out, Lean In. I think she has an incredible PR machine. I do think it's wonderful that she's raising the issues for women. But what I felt based on my research and living here, that this leaning in and talking about how ambitious you are and the job that you want and all that doesn't necessarily work for Asian women. And I'm going to throw Asia, which we shouldn't do, but I'm going to put the big Asia on it, from India all the way across. So it goes back to when I was doing my research and I was interviewing I've interviewed about 40 or 50 women across Asia Pacific, and I would ask tell me about being a leader, tell me about your ambitions. And actually it was in Korea that a woman stood up to me and said, look, I don't like that word ambitious. I find it offensive. So I actually had to change my wording on my research and said, well, tell me a little bit more about that. And she said, in Korea, it has a very negative connotation. I don't speak Korean, so I don't know. Same thing happened in Vietnam. I was teaching a leadership class in Vietnam and scribing on what makes a good leader, what makes a bad leader. And on the bad leader category, they had ambition. And I said, we probably need to I probably heard it wrong. Let's put this on the good leadership quality. And they said, no, you can't do that, because there was a word in Vietnamese that equated ambition with evil and greedy. So that's one area where the words don't necessarily cut across culture, but also I work with a lot of organizations. So one strategic consulting firm asked me to come in to help with their women. And I said, help in what way? Well, we need to build their leadership presence and their leadership skills. Well, tell me what that means. And it was a group of strategic management consultants. You can probably think of which one it was. And the women in China were just too ambitious. This is what they said. They're too ambitious, and we need you to coach them not to be that way. So, and this was an American strategic consulting firm. So what happens is there's a stereotype, right? That's why sometimes I say I'm making this generalization on cultures. So we're all taught, like I think your newsrooms are probably the most culturally diverse places on the planet, and you've all learned about cultures. But sometimes that cross-cultural knowledge gets in your way because you think, oh, Asians are humble or quiet, up. So therefore, if they do, it's against how I perceive them, ergo, now they're aggressive or too ambitious. So what should you do? That's a harder one. I think what you should do is be who you are, absolutely, and kind of talk about these biases that might be happening inside organizations, but also get a sponsor. Get somebody who's there, who it's not just me as the outside person coming in that the coach, but get somebody inside the organization who understands, who can sponsor you and speak up for you on your behalf. And this gets a bit to the other side of leadership that you're sometimes not really taught about, or have an internal mentor.
How many of you actually have an internal mentor? One. I would say, how many of you actually have someone that you go back to consistently for advice? So those are probably your mentor, and it's really important to really look at the relationships that you have, within your organization, and set people that you could go for different things to. So, for example, when I interview at the AP, one of the managing editor asked, "What is it that I could do for you?" And immediately I say, "I would like to have a mentor in the AP," because I realized that for me to succeed in my job, so much of it is me being able to fit into their culture. And, I did that one time where, in Miami, it was a very different culture than the Wall Street Journal. And I was having a tough time not only with my own team, but with the leadership team, because they operate very different than what I'm used to. And it took a lot of time and patience for me to really adjust. And I just don't want that pain again. So I think, the first thing that I go to any job, is always ask for a mentor. And a mentor doesn't have to be within your department. It's actually better to have someone outside of the department, so you could just kind of bounce ideas with. Because a lot of times they would share a lot of insight about your own department that you don't normally get the feedback, from. And the purpose of the mentor is really to help you navigate this trickier, conversation. Well, they say working hard will really give you the reward, but is that really true? I think, just like the word ambitious, in English is one thing, but in Chinese, in Vietnamese, in Korean, Japanese, or even in French, it takes on a very different connotations. Same thing with working hard, right? I could perceive working hard as me not ever saying a word to my supervisor. I'm just crank, get the stuff done. While other people think working hard is you getting up from your desk, going, to touch base with every single one of your reporters or talk to different editors to brainstorm, right? Because you might think, that you're in your desk and you're cranking out these stories and you have more byline than anyone else. But meanwhile, there's this other person who all day long you just seen him go from one desk to the, it's like a little busy bee just pollinating. And sometimes, those are the folks that say, hey, why are they getting the promotion? So I think you really have to figure out how people interpret, these terminology and not, have your own assumptions, because that perception becomes very difficult to change later.
And the mentor will help you navigate organizational politics. I think that's what they're there for. And I don't mean politics in a negative way. I mean it in the positive way. They're gonna show you the ropes. So.
My next question is also related to the organizational culture as well. In Asia, hierarchy. When you're talking about the age, meaning the people that are older than you, tend to and mostly people who are older than you, they're not actually respect the younger people. They actually tend to kind of even though if the younger one it's their boss or their manager. And that's also happened to me too, because I'm a producer and I also have people that work for my show who are older than me, some of them even a decade older than me. So what's your advice for me, for other people who happen to have colleagues who are older than them? I'm talking about Asia, how to kind of tell them that this is this is what I need, and this is what's to get done, not to be so aggressive, so then they don't see us as being disrespectful to them.
That's a tough one. I don't have the answers for that. I completely understand it and know about the differences, but I just see the workforce changing so much, and so I don't do any land, but I do a lot of work in Google and other organizations where you've got really young people telling really old people what to do. Singtel, I do a lot of work there. It's the same thing. So I don't have any answers for you. I don't know how to give you any answers for that. I don't know.
Just from personal experience, it's not fun. I think you just have to really, there's not one strategy because people are people. So I think, putting the age aside, you have to figure out what is your personal dynamic, compared to that individual. Because is that person more of the, the quiet type that need time to process? So I think you always, if you want to, so much of the leadership is really understanding the dynamic between you and someone else. And you can't have the same dynamic all the time with, you can't use the same dynamic with everybody. You always have to adjust and fine tune, because people have different sensibility, and you really take the time to understand that. Because if you don't, you're just gonna cram something down, some agenda down someone's throat, and they will say, who is this whippersnapper telling me what to do? He knows nothing, and it's hard. And be able to take that step back and be really firm about be clear about what is trying to achieve, and really focus not on the emotion but on the behavior aspect. And in a lot of psychological terms, you could also begin with something like I perceive, right? So you're not really this is what I'm interpreting, because I think as a manager and also staff and manager relationship is quite different, because your staff somehow think that you need to have telepathy. Well, of course he knows I'm working hard. Of course she should understand. But, we don't. Sometimes we don't even know what's going on because we're really busy with all the other stuff. So I think you really have to take that step back and figure out what is your individual strategy with different people, and not do a cookie cutter, one size fit all.
I just to add to that, I think you need to figure out their motivations, but I do think it's very different in Thailand with the whole hierarchy. And I'm actually coaching someone right now who is much younger, who was made the boss of some really smart people who are appreciably older than. And so I've been asked to come in to deal with the people that are reporting to him because it's become this untenuous situation, but it is really difficult. And I think it also depends on the culture of the national culture and the corporate culture of what's going on. But I guess individual motivation, yeah, it's tough. That's all I can say.
I mean, the truth is also reversed, right? You don't stay young forever. And you're gonna grow old one day, and you still want to, move up or be a great influencer. So I think at some point it reaches an equilibrium where you become the old fogey, and you have to figure out, what is that relationship is with younger staff. I mean, I think it's two-way street. I mean, I think it's just really know when to cut your losses and say, okay, you know what, this part is really not worth fighting for. Yeah. And say, why am I still doing, is it really worth your political capital to fight for a point that's irrelevant, or does it matter to just so that you can say, I'm right?
Yeah.
We're talking a lot about leadership where we're trying to work hard to move up, but sometimes it happens where you're unexpectedly given a leadership position. So do you have any advice for like the unwilling leader? And on the flip side, if you're working under an unwilling leader who's not doing very well, what advice would you have in that situation as well?
So there's a so a lot of my work is in diversity inclusion, and a lot of my work, I work with women inside organizations, and there's this huge push to get women into the boardrooms or women into senior executive positions and all of that. And what comes back is, a lot of women are unwilling. They don't want to put their hands up. They don't want this job, blah, blah, blah. Or a job is offered to them and they just go, no, I can't do it just yet, whatever. So it's more, so I'm going to speak from a feminist perspective. So it's more the push and pull on that to get women to move into these positions, or the reluctant person, but also provide a lot of support behind that person when they get in the position, and kind of understand what are the reasons behind holding back or why you don't want to move into that role. And it's a long process, but I work with a commodities group, which I don't know if anybody reports on commodities, but that's a pretty tough house. Commodities traders are tough places to work, and for anybody, not just women. And they have this real pull to get women, not only women, but Asians in a leadership team. And it's exactly what they're dealing with now, is to try to get really talented Asians to take a step into leadership. And so what they're doing is putting a lot of this push and pull technique, come on, we'll put you in the leadership role, we'll understand what's going on with your family or whatever else is going on, and put a lot of support underneath it. So I guess find out the motivations. And then your second one is working for a boss. Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you work for a boss that's either under political, maybe unwilling, or overly political, which one would you want to work for?
How many of you for the under political?
What about the over political? The over political one is an easier one to work for. The under political or the unwilling one is one that you're doing all the work. You've got to get that person to stand out. You've got to really support the person, and also you have to be really careful because you're ambitious and a go-getter. It impacts that relationship. So the unwilling one is you got to provide a lot of support for them and actually show them how you can position them and how you're going to impact their career from a positive perspective. Yeah.
Sure, thanks. I haven't had a real job in about a decade.
You're lucky.
I know. Isn't it right? All right, this is the thing. And I'm not saying I want to give up being a freelancer, but if I did, what advice could you offer me? What would I have to tell a recruiter, a boss? How could I make my experience as a freelancer, as my own boss, carry over? What attributes could I bring as someone who has not had any structure now for the bulk of my career in coming to a structured organization?
Well, I think it's a really good question. So I hope you all heard it, being a freelancer and then maybe wanting to go into a structured organization. Look, the world has shifted, and freelancers to me are the way to go and what everybody's looking at. If you look at some of the kind of cool firms like Google and Facebook and LinkedIn and all that, this is what they're going to look for. There are people like you that are freelancers, are out there doing different things. And so I get a lot of questions like, well, I was in a job, then I left my job for 3 years, and I went off and, I don't know, explored Africa and did this and this and this. Now I can't get back in the workforce. I never believe that's true. I think if you have a good story to tell, if you say, here's the things I've done as a freelancer. I've done this, this, and this. Here's the value that I can bring to your company. And I'm exploring joining your firm or whatever. Any really good organization or really good HR person or a good leader will see that as an attribute. You don't always need to have people coming from corporate America, that I call it. I think freelancers, you have so much more, I shouldn't say so, you have a lot more different than somebody who's always worked at that corporate world.
I mean, for me, we just hired someone who was a freelancer on my team, and I really pick him because I feel like, he knows how to deal with difficult people. As a freelancer, you deal with a lot of difficult people, more so than you come from a structure. So when you come from a corporate structure, because there's a structure in place, there's always someone that you could escalate a problem to. When you're a freelancer, there is no one you could escalate to, right?
True.
And if you're a really good freelancer, and people know the really good one, they know how you manage conflict, and they know how you manage difficult situations. And, to me, I think, those are really transferable coming in, because once you leave a structure, it kind of helps you free your thinking quite a bit more. And in fact, I would bring in the experience that you have working with different organization structure and really, bring into whichever the next company you're talking to and give them the insight. This is what you observe from some of your key contact. This is how the different culture from these clients are, and this is what I'm seeing in the company, and this is why I think it will work or not work or whatnot. And so I think, you being your own boss, could be helpful, provided that, you're not one of those difficult freelancers that we deal with.
But I would also add, talk about the resistance. So whenever, like when you're going to go do a story or something, you understand what the person's going to hold back on or what the resistance is. You think about it very strategically. You're going to know their questions of, well, why wouldn't I hire you? So you can hit that right on. So you're probably sitting there thinking, why would you hire me? So you can deal with what they're thinking in their head.
And so also so much the jobs now is about, controlling the budget. For the news manager, you heard it today. You being from a freelancer, you have a lot more sensibility, right? When I first joined the AP, we still have these expectation where, if I'm going to a conference, is AP sending me to a conference, I'm going to, expense back the cab and everything up the wazoo. In fact, I have someone who expensed back a magazine they bought from the airport. And I'm like, why should the AP pay for that? And they couldn't provide a good answer. So, and, a lot of freelancers, they don't even think about that. So I think, having a more cost-conscious, mentality definitely worked really well for a lot of the newsroom right now. Cost conscious.
I don't want to trip, remember?
Thank you so much.
I'm running with scissors.
Thank you for your great speech. And my question is, have you ever examined the women in rural areas or the underdeveloped areas? And in fact, there are so many people, they are very capable and competent in rural areas, but they don't have the sense of leadership, especially the women group. So I rule the society. Yes, thank you.
So I think that it kind of really depends on what culture, what country you're talking about, but there's a tremendous of NGO money, corporates going into rural areas to help women. So Goldman Sachs, Coca-Cola, all going in. It's called, Goldman Sachs has a 10,000 women movement, getting young entrepreneurs, funding them with McKinsey, getting them coaches. Coca-Cola does the same thing. I work with the Asian University for Women, that I don't know if many of you know about this, but it's a university that was established in Bangladesh who gets women from all across the Asia Pacific region in very developed rural areas and brings them together. It's a free education. It's a phenomenal education to teach them leadership, and that's just in Bangladesh. But I'm certain another one going to start up in Penang, and like I said, there's a ton of NGOs doing this type of work.
Can you please say a little bit more about your book, the
Yeah.
thesis of your book? I'm actually very curious. I haven't heard much about it. We don't have too much time. I really love to hear more about the cultural differences, especially office politics. And I think that it's very different in the American context versus the Asian context.
Yeah, happy to. So this is the book that I wrote. It's called "I Wish I'd Known That Earlier in My Career," and I wrote it because of a lot of things that either you've seen in your careers or might happen in your career, and I wanted to help people sort of learn the lessons that I had to learn the hard way. So when I was at the Walt Disney Company, I taught a class called Organizational Savvy, and it was and the syllabus for that class was: have you been sitting in your job for 5 years? Have you been passed over for a promotion? Do you not know how to get ahead? And I thought, really? I don't want to teach a class. But I facilitated the course, and I met a person who wrote a book on corporate politics, and I thought, this is unbelievable. It's about, like you said, building networks. It's about looking at politics from a positive perspective, building coalitions, which is the real definition of it. It's about understanding what's being said about you. It's actually about self-promotion and team promotion. It's about looking at power dynamics in organizations. So that's all that I write about. But I also put a cross-cultural element into it, and I also put a gender element into it, because the self-promotion that when we talk about the Korean interviewing in Korea, I'm certain if you talked about how great thou art in Korea, it wouldn't work. But the self-promotion is expected in it from a North American perspective in a firm. So how do you do that if you're from Thailand or Singapore or Hong Kong or China? How do you do that while you're working inside a U.S. firm? So I write about how you do that, and then I write about the differences of the cultures and what organizations should look at from a political perspective. Politics plays out very differently inside organizations. I work for a Chinese family-run company, vastly different, particularly if I didn't understand the language. I studied Mandarin, not Cantonese, and everything was conducted in Cantonese, but you certainly learn very quickly the political dynamics inside a family, and then every chapter has some tips on what to do. So does that answer your question?
Yes, a little bit. I want to hear more case studies. For example, I was the only one in my hand when the question was asked, would you work for an over-political or under-political boss? And I think then I don't really even understand what political means anymore in the Chinese context. Because I work for a Chinese organization that I used for work for many years in the U.S., right? And I think it's very, very different. So I would like to hear more specifics about, any case studies or examples.
Yeah. So from the under-political to the over-political, right? Yeah. So I'll try to give you. So where I come from is a lot of us are taught that politics is negative. Typically, when I do workshops, I ask people, you look at it positive or negative? Most people look at it negatively. It's actually part and parcel of every single leadership competency framework that you have to know it and embrace it. And what it is I think what you said earlier about going behind the scenes to sell an idea. There's a lot of us that won't do that, won't go behind the scenes because it's seen as too political, but it is from a positive perspective, that's what you do. It's about the boss that you talked about who has absolute substance, who walks, like the reporters were all doing the work, and the person who walks back and forth going to the managing director, he or she gets promoted. That person is overly political. That person is actually probably somebody that's an easier person to work for than the under-political one who sits at the desk and nobody knows. So I don't know how to give specifics on case studies, but maybe I can talk to you later about it, because I have a ton of them in here, and at the top of my head I can't think of one that would make sense, but I might.
I mean, I think, being a good leader is it's not that different from being a good journalist. You just have to be really attuned, right? So if you're a good reporter, you're going to know what's going on in your beat. But somehow a lot of us are so blind in what's going on in our office, and sometimes you just kind of say, okay, you know what, you really have to pay a little bit more attention. I mean, one way or the other, politics seems negative, but politics exists. That's the reality. So, you need to understand it to be able to say, A, the politics wouldn't hurt me, so that it doesn't prevent me from, doing the work that I want to do, or how politics could help you move forward, or just even save you from some of these crisis management. I mean, my first job, I didn't really think about politics, and it was like a disaster for me. I'm just like, well, why does it always happen like this? And then until I really start thinking about it, not in a negative term, but just being aware of what's going on and how decisions are being made. And I was able to kind of maneuver myself to keep the things that I want to do, and be really successful about it, and be able to, again, build up a network and an infrastructure to help support you. Because you're not alone. I mean, anytime you're in an organization, it's a structure. So you have to be able to navigate the structure and build upon it.
Even the invisible structures.
Sure.
As we manage our careers, we're always told that it's important to obviously set goals for yourself, so that every 6 months, every year, even every quarterly, you're making goals and then reassessing them and making sure that, have I done this? And, ticking it off and trying to understand, if you haven't done things, why, and resolving that. Are there any tips that you can give in the short time that we have in terms of managing your career in, this positive political way, or just managing your career? I mean, what are some of managing relationships? What are kind of some of the things that we should be thinking about in terms of what are the goals that you should be looking at every 6 months or a year, in terms of assessing where you are in the, relationship with your boss, with the organization?
So yeah, it's great. That's a great question. So here's what I when I give workshops, I say. People say, "Well, I'm doing my job. I don't have time to meet people. I don't have time to eat lunch. I don't have time to talk to anybody." So the number one thing is, you actually do need to lift your head up off your desk and start looking at the organization from a very broad perspective and understand the invisible networks. And you have to deal with this word power. You have to look inside the organization and say, who has power, who's the decision makers, and how close am I connected to them? So that's one. And so then go to lunch or have a coffee or something with that person. The other one is, you do need to learn to talk about what you do, because like you said, organizations are so huge, so diverse. If you're at CNN here in Hong Kong, and I know journalism is different because you're always out there writing, how are you going to let Atlanta know what you're doing? So it is important to share knowledge and also promote your team. And the third one is, manage what's being said about you, which a lot of us don't do. So you may be seen as a really good journalist and technically very strong, but if you want to move into leadership, that's not an area that people are looking for leadership. So you need to learn to shift perceptions of what's being said about you. One is, actually just need to understand when somebody's coming to you with a story or a byline or whatever, and I'm talking about internally. Why are they telling me this information? What's behind this information? You kind of have to look at the organization as a chess game or a soccer pitch or something, and to see how things are going, and particularly if there's massive leadership shifts, which when I was at CNBC, we had 3 in a matter of 6 months, and it was like a roller coaster ride. So those areas you need to be really careful on, whether you merge with another company. So always watch what's going on inside the organization. So I hope, and learn to talk about yourself. Talk about how great you are, and the impact, not how great thou art, but what is the impact to the firm? What is the impact to AP? What's the impact to CNN? What's the value? Sorry, I saw the little time thing.
No, I think that's all the time we have. But I mean, one thing about power is, don't assume that people who are below you or people who you have power, don't ever, as something as simple as a lunch lady to the person who cleaned the office. Everyone has a certain amount of power, and you really have to understand how they fit into the piece, right? Someone's personal assistant, you have to be really nice, because it could open a lot of doors for you, right? That's the lunch lady. You don't know, she's been serving food for maybe the CEO for like eons, and they have a different relationship that you don't see. So again, just be really attuned on what's going on, and just kind of, ask yourself, where do you fit into the structure? I think a lot of times people can't see the bigger matrix, right? And so you have to see, how does you fit into the matrix?
I'd say how you're connected. not fit in, how you're connected to those power relationships. I know you're kind of giving us the high sign.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Jane and Paul. Please give them a round of applause. Oh, I think, Jane, you have one thing. Quick.
I have 9 books to give away, and I don't know how to do it, so I'm going to let Paul decide that.
Thank you very much for bringing those.
Well, who's an AHAA member?
Wow, look at those hands shoot up.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's a good way. Who went farthest? Who came farthest? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh.
I'm working as a teacher.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where?
Creative secondary school in Cycle. Yes. Because actually,
All right, thank you again. All right, so we're moving very quickly to our next workshops coming up. Right here is all about Myanmar, a journalist to a reopened frontier. Yeah, so mesmerizing Myanmar. We have 2 special guests who flew in from Yangon, the former capital of Myanmar. We're also having a Reuters and AAJ member, Annie Chenapun, here as well. This will be moderated by Ying Chan. So I ask you guys just to come on up. Meantime, if you want to go to T3, that is access approved, networking your way to your next job. And that will be a panel including Paul Chung, Angie Lau, Sharon Chan, Steve Herman, and moderated by myself. Tough decision, I know. I actually want to be here, but I have to moderate the other panel. All right, so I'm going to... Yes. Matthew, could you help Annie? All right, so I'm going to turn this over to Ying. Ying will be moderating this panel. This is going to be an amazing panel, so I'm going to have to catch this online afterwards. Ying, this is for you.
So you will start, right?
Yeah, I just want to get some.
Okay.
Who's in viewer?
How do you spell your name? May? I know yours. May.
May.
May. Your
May.
first full name.
Yes, May Tin Chan He.
Huh?
May Tin Chan He.
May Tin
Chan He. Yes. He is my family name.
Huh?
My family name.
He is your family name, right? Huh? Wireless? Oh, you mean a wireless mic, right? Okay, we have 1 minute, yeah.
We have 2 wireless. One is for, yeah. Which one you you take this one?
But no, I'm gonna just.
I'm gonna get this for.
Oh, you're gonna use that one? What?
Okay.
Oh. How do you spell your name? How do you pronounce your last name?
Chanapun. Thank you. Perfect.
Okay, we're gonna start in 1 minute.
So to keep this lighting or?
No, I want to turn it off. When
Turn off this one?
Yeah.
Okay, let us.
Is it too dark? No.
Can we turn it off later, or do you want to?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Annie.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Sugi.
Mingaba.
That's all I know.
Can you speak Burmese
I wish I could.
Yeah, I wish this one is okay. Jesu ke mare.
Yes, Jesu Bay.
Thank you.
Is
yeah.
that okay? Jesu Bay?
Jesu Bay?
Chen.
Yes, thank you.
Which one? I can use that one.
Yeah.
Oops.
We use this
Okay. We're going to start.
I'm Ying Chen. I'm very excited about this panel. Myanmar or Burma.
Myanmar.
Myanmar. Oh, it's actually Sui is the expert, on this now. Myanmar is the hottest place in the world for news. And actually, I just came back yesterday. I got back and landed at 5:30 yesterday. Very exciting place, political changes going on, the media is opening up, stories everywhere, and the world is looking for stories, trying to understand what's going on. So it's great today that we have three, excellent panelists here. Two from, maybe I just give a quick introduction. We have Annie Chaperfun.
Close.
Oh, close. I'm sorry. No,
It's okay.
I made it when I practiced, right? She covers for Reuters. She covers Southeast Asia for Reuters, based in Bangkok, but travel a lot in the region. And so she will go first and give us an overview about Myanmar. And we have May. I won't venture to pronounce it. But May runs a news agency in Myanmar with more than 40 reporters. So she's going to tell us about her work. She is also an award-winning journalist. She was awarded a fellowship for her courage in investigative reporting in Myanmar. And then we have Sui Win, who is a freelance columnist, writer for the New York Times. He has worked for Irrawaddy. He's been in jail for 7 years, a political prisoner. Now he's writing with his authentic voice on Myanmar. So we'll start with Annie. Okay.
Is there a wireless mic?
Wireless mic. There was one. Yes. Okay.
I'm just going to go really quickly because I think panel discussion is more interesting. But how many people have been to Myanmar or Burma? Okay, good. All right, so I will go really quickly. Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to delete. I have been going in now for a year. My first time there was March of last year, and I went for the election. So what I'm going to hold on. Let's see, percent online. I'll give you a quick overview. There are just a couple pictures for the people who have never been there before. Myanmar used to be called Burma. Burma is one of the ethnic groups, right? And it's changed to Myanmar, which means fast and strong, right?
Yeah.
And, it is called Myanmar. That is the official name. I do get a little annoyed when people still refer to it as Burma, but officially it is Myanmar. But the UK and the US still refer to it as Burma. So yeah, just quick pictures. Shwedagon Pagoda, beautiful in Yangon. There are 135, I believe that is the most updated number, at least that Reuters uses, official ethnic groups. Some of the ones that I've covered are the Shan, the Karen, the Kachin, and the Rohingya. Shan and Karen are on the border of Thailand. They have fled conflict zones, and I have been to both the Shan border and the Karen border, crossing illegally, actually, through Thailand. There is a Shan National Day. Here's more. This is the Karen. Sorry if I'm going too fast. This is downtown Yangon. The reason I love Burma so much, or Myanmar rather, is it's such a virgin country. And like Ying said, it is very hot for news. Going around Southeast Asia, would you see colonial buildings like this? There are about a hundred or so. A lot of them are in downtown Yangon. Some of them are in tip-top shape, and some of them look like this. A lot of investors. Here's the Strand Hotel that still functions as a hotel and offices. A lot of investors want to come in and turn the colonial buildings into malls or into more public places. Here's one that's again under construction. But a lot of them are very much intact, and they are probably the best colonial, that in all of Southeast Asia, you're not gonna see colonial buildings that are in that good shape. So there is a place called the Yangon Heritage Trust that is trying to conserve the colonial buildings. I am gonna move quickly now to the NLD, National League for Democracy Party, Aung San Suu Kyi. This was right after her win in the NLD headquarters. She is really good at, this was in Thailand, she is really good at just getting these massive crowds. And I'm going to show you some Reuters videos very quickly that just kind of encompasses the inspiration and the hope that she gave to this country that was closed off for almost 5 decades. If you were moved by the Obama election, her election was like 100 times better, you know. Hold on. It's just, you know, I'm not actually a fan of hers, and I'm a journalist, so, you know, you can't really side with political politicians anyway. I do have some issues with her regarding not talking about Rohingya, not really coming out and saying. Before I get to that, let me just, the Rohingya are Muslims who live on the Bengali border. They are not an official ethnic group of Myanmar. The Myanmar government does not recognize the Rohingya. The Bengalis do not recognize the Rohingya. This is a big story this year that Reuters covered last year and this year. There were attacks in June and October. Radical Buddhists going into Rohingya villages and basically burning down their huts, their makeshift tents. It is an ethnic cleansing. It is almost genocide, and we'll get into that later. There she is, if you didn't know what she looked like. Pro-democracy leader, was under house arrest for the better part of 2 decades. So this was them voting. Oh no.
Oops.
That's weird. Okay. Well, maybe this one will play. No. All right. Well, we'll figure that out later. I want to stop here because I don't want to take too much time. But you can go online and see them. Unfortunately, I don't know why it's not playing. But it was really dramatic footage of. So I'm gonna just give it to May, and maybe it'll be fixed. Okay.
Okay. Can you fix it in 30 seconds? Okay.
So let's go to May.
Yeah, maybe when May will speak.
Yeah,
and then
it's
we'll
okay.
Go back to the video.
Sorry?
You want to stand there? Sit there? Yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
Everybody, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my gratitude for the invitations and giving me the opportunity to meet with my colleagues. Our country is under limelight on the international stage for the transition process from the military dictatorship to the parliament democracy. Under the transition process, there are many difficulties we are facing with many issues to solve. However, I would like to emphasize the issue related to the Myanmar media. On his speech at the Pidu Ludo Combined Parliament in March 2011, the President U Thein Sein highlighted the importance of the media in the democratic transformations and recognized as fourth pillar of democracy. The Ministry of Information has been trying to initiate the democratic media reformation. So, I have known that Myanmar free and vibrant media in the past. However, in my life, I have seen only 3 newspapers in my country. Have you ever known that there is a country that had been exactly only 3 newspaper for about 5 decades. The ministry abolished the pre-publication censor in August 2012. In the following month, the ministry formed an interim council. The ministry and the interim media councils are working on the media law, but it is strange that the media set a ban on a publishing and distribution business law to the Lotto. The interim councils and other media organizations reject the bill. Then, the ministry held workshops on the bill in some cities of the state and region to seek the suggestions and send them to the Lotto. For the publications of private daily newspaper, the ministry has licensed 26 newspapers, 24 in Myanmar language and 2 in English at the end of the April 2013. Among them, 7 private papers are running round with the 6 country-wide government operate daily. In the past, the state-run dailies had been a place of government and felt propaganda, and most people read for the obituary column and official announcement. But those daily have already changed to public service paper. The private dailies are struggling to publish a real newspaper. That is why one of the private newspapers were abolished. The reporter have to move to weekly journals and magazines. After about 5 decades later, their experienced journalists, reporters passed away without leaving experience held in journalism. Now, the private media have facing the problem of shortage of reporters and editors. Therefore, at present, it is urgent to contact the capacity building of the existing young journalists and recruitment of young people as journalists. Without proper training in journalism, it is difficult to seek fair and just news stories, keeping ethic and responsible of a journalist, while fulfilling the gap in the quantity as well as quality of the journalists. The Myanmar media will gain the momentum to build up and improve media. Another issue is the social page on internet. People are using happy the Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and blogs and posting many writing news, photo, and videos. Among them, there are many anonymous with false or incomplete profile posting unethical and irresponsible things. Some use their new freedom irresponsible in the new competitive. Due to insufficient number of skilled and experienced reporters, the printing media are using the N3Con and baseless news and stories and photos from the internet page, and are facing challenging and threat of defamation charges. Some publishers are trying to introduce pornographic materials. The citizens as well as media want to have their freedom of expression, but we do not want to give the subversive the free opportunity to deter the transition process of the country to democracy. In the media forum, some said that the law preconditions and pre-publication censorship should grant the freedoms of expression, and on the other hand, the unethical and irresponsible journalists should be controlled by judiciary, punished according to the law. It is time for the media to be responsible ones to assist the transition process to the democratic parliamentary system. In whatever the reason, the Myanmar is back on the track to democracy and development. We do not want to turn back. Therefore, I would like to request our colleagues and friends, domestic and abroad, to assign us in establish a free, fair, and responsible media in Myanmar. I have a lot of things to say, but I think I should stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us a picture of the challenges and the democratic transition and the need. Now, Sui.
She has explained to you a long history of, not a long history, a recent history of transformations in the. So can you all hear me?
Yes.
So she has explained well enough. So I don't have nothing much. So let me talk about some of my personal experience with the media. As Yin has said, this is the hottest place. So I think I recommend that if you are a prospective journalist, if you are studying a journalist career, I think this is this can be one of your one of the best places for you to start a career, because there are many stories, many big stories going out there. This country has been closed from the outside world for over 4 decades. You have many things to explore. You can even become a even historian when you're working as a journalist, because there are many things we need to hear from the people. So in terms of media freedom, we have made a major bounce. Just before I came to this university 5 years ago, reporters have to write with fear. I remember hiding my my memory sticks, when there was a protest in downtown. Because I downloaded some of the news story in my thumbstick. I downloaded just normal, typical news stories. All of these content can be done as done in violation of the electronics law. Also, if you report it negatively about something for an international news agency, you could be arrested. At least you could be taken away for questioning, maybe 2 days, 3 days. Sometimes you don't know. Now I came back to Burma last year, February, so I've been to Burma more than a year. I reported on many sensitive issues, including the ongoing conflict between majority Buddhists and the minority Muslims in our country. This is the biggest story. Currently, this is the biggest story. I reported very critically on the conflict, but surprisingly, I didn't receive any reprisal or retribution from the government. So I'm happy about that. In our It became easier to do the reporting. You have now internet. Just until a year ago, it's difficult for a reporter to access internet. Now you got many people are beginning to beginning to have access to the mobile phones. So anyway, you can communicate with the local people to a larger extent. So there are many things interesting going on in this country. So if you are going to Burma as a journalist, I recommend that you do this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you tell a bit about yourself? You said you went back to Myanmar a year ago, last February, right? Where were you before? Don't be shy. You know,
Sure.
Tell us a bit about yourself. I think it's very inspiring.
I came here to Hong Kong with a big ambition. I wanted to work for a prestigious international news agency. I wanted to get a permanent job, full-time job, and then I want to get 3 or 4 years experience. And then my plan is, after gaining some experience, I will go back home. But it was difficult for me to get a proper job in Hong Kong. So, and then I ended up in Thailand as a second choice. I ended up in Hong Kong and then worked for an English news website run by a Burmese Azai group in China. So I worked there for a couple of years, waiting for a chance to go back to Burma. So when things began more relaxed, I went back home, and then I found that I made the right decision. I mean, if you are now working as a freelance journalist for international newspaper, you will be overwhelmed with a lot of work. So
you were in prison.
So you said 5 years ago you came here. Actually, he came to our program. But before that, what did you do? Where were you?
5 years ago. 5 years ago, before I came here.
Sui is very modest. Let's start from the beginning. You were in jail. Why were you in jail?
Now, when I was a student, I got involved in a student protest, in an anti-government student protest. So I was sentenced to 21 years in jail. But luckily, I lived only 7 years, and then I was pardoned in a so-called amnesty, because they always use the word amnesty to release the prisoners. But this word amnesty has a lot of negative undercurrents, because they always detain the people and then release them. They keep these people as sort of hostages, political hostages. So when they want to send a message to the international community or to the opposition, political opposition in the country, they release and arrest the people who are against the system. So I lived in prison from 1998 to 2005. I lost my education. I never went to university. So I spent, luckily, I got samples to read. So for self-education behind the bars, so I spent some time reading this magazine and reading that book. So I came out of the jail in 2005. I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could do was read and write. That's it. So I started work as a reporter, as a local reporter. I also work as a translator in my home country. And then at some point, one of my friends, at the time I didn't know how to use the internet, but someone told me to apply for a scholarship at the University of Hong Kong. So I made an online application. It lasted only half an hour. So a week later, I got an email. So I did an online exam test at some point, and then I won a scholarship. So I came here. My story is quite long. Sorry.
Okay. You can talk to him later about how he traveled here, right, and then went back. But that's another story. That maybe we'll go to May. Why don't you tell us your story?
Yeah.
Now you run a news agency,
Yes.
right? And you sell stories from
Yes.
media organizations, right?
Yes, yes.
Why don't you tell us something about that? What you do?
Yeah.
And how do you
Okay.
start doing that?
Okay. I started writing is in 1993 in Myanmar, and that is one of the private journals is just only one in Myanmar. 1993, I start is the feature stories, business stories. And at that time, it's never write about the political stories and human rights stories, and never. So it's 1997, I built the magazine, chief editor at and published, and the magazine is a Shwebazon magazine, and that is a business magazine. And then it's a 2004, government banned my magazine and my pen name. So I have 2004 August banned my pen name. It's don't write your pen name, and don't write don't write this. Okay, I changed another pen name. I have a lot of pen name in this year. 2004 is I have a 30 pen name. So it's and then it's 2004 is I struggling to life, and the journalist are very difficult to freelance journalist life. So 2007 is a saffron in our country, in the monk and the demonstrations, and a lot of demonstration in 2007. 2007 February is it's one of the 20 years. Within 20 years, it started as a demonstration, a small demonstration. I cover the photo and interview with I release. Maybe 7 hours a day. So, and 2007 February and 2007 August, government banned my cell phone. So, cell phone, and it's okay. I have no money for buy another phone. I'm the PCO phone in Rangoon. I use a PCO phone. It's a 2007. September is a saffron and monk saffron demonstrations, monk demonstrations. I cover the stories, and then it's 2007. I won the ICFJ award, night award. As a ICFJ is a International Center for Journalists based on Washington D.C. So I attend the ceremony in this year 2007 November. And I'm back in the 2008 January. I built the N3Con new agency with 4 journalists with me. So the government, they didn't allow to open the agency. No, you don't do that agency. Secretly working this agency, I sell the news to the VOA and the ERD. ERD is based on the Thailand. So I have a lot of banning in local in country. So it's 2011 is in the change the government is I try. So I got the license is 2011 June is a N3Con new agency license. I got it. So I'm providing you to in local 16 journals, 2 newspaper and 2 radio station in local in my country. And then international is the VOA television and VOA radio. So now currently I provide the news. Now I have 41 journalists with me. And then another stringer is in another ethnic group in I have stringers and the freelance 21 freelance journalists with me. Now that is my stories.
Are you making money?
No. I lost my money. Yeah, and that is I have the 2008 is I have the money from the ICFJ award, so $1,000. Oh, I got build the agency, and then it's 2009 is I have no money for that. Also, okay, my mother land is sold my mother land, and then got the money and trying and struggling and my and now is 2011, 2012, April, I have no money. So, and another land, another block to sell my husband land. So, I think is that I spend money a lot for my mother, for my father, for my husband. Go. That's
But
my
it's
story.
Valuable work. Valuable work, right?
Yes.
So maybe Annie, tell us that Sui and May take their job very, very seriously. Right?
Yeah, I don't
And-
at all. No. no. Well, I mean, as a foreign journalist,
Yes.
it's.
Tell us what you.
I am not under that much risk. I mean, the most they can do to me is ban me. But these guys face prison. Our chief text reporter has been writing out of Reuters for about 20 years now, and he always had a bag packed right by his door in case he ever had to go to prison. So it's a real threat there. It's still, I know it's a lot freer now, and I know it's easier for journalists like me to get in, but it's not perfect. You know, I still think journalists are under danger still. I know some journalists have been hacked, so it is kind of like China. Their emails have been hacked. So, you know, and you said in your introduction that I think only 4, is it up to 7 now, that private dailies?
Yeah.
The newspapers are
7.
state-run.
Yeah.
So people
7
got
private dailies,
yeah. So people got their news from, and it was wrong, or it was not reliable, or very one-sided. And very recently, April 1st, I believe, 4 private newspapers went daily, and now it's up to 7. And I think even the Myanmar Times, which is the English paper, is not daily yet, because you have to understand, as a foreign journalist going in, my biggest frustration was there's no internet, you know, or the phone is not working. And it's just these little things that make your job so much harder. And to produce a daily newspaper, I mean, you go to New York, or you go into any Western country, and who reads newspapers? Nobody. But in Myanmar, they were sold out by like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. All the private dailies were gone, because that, you know, they were banned. So to print a newspaper takes electricity, it takes manpower, it takes all these things that you don't really think of. That in Yangon even, electricity goes out every other day, a couple times a day. So as a foreign journalist going in, I was just like, really, you're kidding me? I can't send this story. So, but you know, Reuters, we're lucky we have the beacon satellite where we just can connect, and that's how we were sending stories on election day. We sent 6 stories that day, all from the beacon, and all very costly.
Okay. Now we talk about hot stories in Myanmar. So can maybe each of you can tell us, like, what are the stories that you're working on that you think is important, that's needs to be told?
Yeah.
What are the hot stories? Give us 3 maybe. Sui.
I think the hottest story is a very controversial conflict, very, very controversial. This conflict between the majority Buddhist people and the minority Muslim population in our country. When I said this is a big story, you can imagine what happened in a town in the middle of the country just 2 months ago. 3 days of rioting, 3 days of bloodshed, butchering took place in the broad daylight. 3 consecutive days. 3 consecutive days. Very few international, very few reporters working for the international media made it there in time. We had local reporters. Our fear, now, our enemy is now not the authorities. Our fear lies with the local people. If we do proper reporting, we are faced threats from the local people. If you are a publisher of a news agency, you are running the risk of damaging your business, because you may face a boycott from the majority population. That's why we had this conflict which started last year in June. in the western part of Burma, in a region called Rakhine State, which is at the border of Myanmar and Bangladesh. We had this conflict, and then this conflict spread this year to central towns in the mainland of the country. But very few local media. We had over 130 private publications. Some of them are owned by the children of the army elite, are owned by the influential businessmen who enrich themselves, taking advantage of their relationship with the army. Some of the publications are in their hands. So very few local publications did interviews with the Muslims. Very few local publications printed news of Muslims. I rarely saw.
But you went to the area.
I went to the area. I just went to the area 2 weeks ago. I was threatened. Actually, this is my hometown. My mother's hometown. I'm a Buddhist. I tried to film the burning site of a Muslim house. The local people were quite angry with me. If you are feeling pity for the Muslims, then we must do something to you. We must do something.
So ethnic conflict.
Ethnic conflict. Someone said you will be taken away, you will be dragged away on the street. So.
Okay, maybe let's ask May.
Yes.
So you have 41 reporters.
Yes.
So what are the stories they're working on? What are the hot stories?
It's a market. In the media market is some stringers in steak and division, and then that is an ethnic story is very famous to sell the story, and then it's mostly in the journal, in local journal, is the business stories. It's a very popular in business stories. Which kind of business story is which company is invest in the areas, and they are really interested in the how many companies invest in Myanmar. That is most popular stories now. And then is an ethnic story is how plan do projects, and then is that is interest in another in our customers' journals.
Okay, so business investment. Who's
Yes.
investing in Myanmar?
Yes.
What kind of company going in?
Yeah, and they want to be the
Jobs.
Jobs, yeah.
Okay, what are the jobs that are being created, or
Yeah.
are there lack
Yeah,
of jobs?
Another thing is they are the how to protect the environments. They are environments. Environmental story is very popular.
Okay. Annie?
Definitely the ethnic tensions as the number one story Reuters reports. It's called 969 movement, or but anyway, other than the ethnic tensions, I guess it's not a big story anymore this year because the ethnic tensions have overshadowed it, but last year there were a lot of ceasefire agreements between a lot of the ethnic armies and the Burmese government army. Unfortunately, these ceasefire agreements haven't really gone forward. One example would be the Shan State Army, which is one of the biggest ones. These separate armies broke away from Myanmar, so they're just different ethnic groups, and they accuse Myanmar troops of raping women and just basically chasing these people from their homes, and they just go out to the border, and in Thailand you'll see all these refugee camps and they want to go home, and they can't because there's still a conflict. So I think that should qualify as a big story, even though it has died down, unfortunately, in international reporting this year. And the women who say that they were raped, they end up getting charged for prostitution. So it's almost a never-ending. The ceasefire agreement had all these points and negotiation talking points, and still nothing has really been, because people are still not able to come home.
How about Aung San Suu Kyi and the upcoming election? Right? What is the story about her now? She's an icon, right? There's a lot of support for her. And when I was in Myanmar, that you just put her on the cover and it'll sell papers. Doesn't matter, right? Is it still true now? What is the story about her now?
Yes, many journalists trying to earn better revenue, more revenue by printing her photos on their front pages. I think it's still going on, but lesser extent these days. I think it happened just because of the last year by-elections. We had an election which put Aung San Suu Kyi to the parliament. So, but it's still going on. But we have now her coverage has become a little reduced to some extent, but it will continue to grow as we are approaching another round of election in 2015.
Right. And she's likely.
Well, there's something in the Constitution that's not allowing her to run, correct?
Sure. But many international media reporters, including us, cannot predict what's going to happen in the next 2 years. We are hoping that this will be one of the biggest stories in our country. This will be the turning point in the country's history if we had a free and fair election, if she were elected as she expects now herself. If she were elected as the head of the country, then we could hope more changes on the way. But still very much unpredictable, as the Constitution forbids her from being chosen as the president of the country, because she was once married to a British citizen. You cannot marry a foreign spouse, or you cannot have children holding a foreign citizenship if you are running for a presidential candidacy in this country.
So the issue has come up. They're trying to disqualify her from running.
She can run for the elections. She can run for the seat, for a parliament seat. But we don't have any elections, any presidential elections. Only the majority of the parliament will choose someone, a certain member of parliament as the president. But the problem is 25% of the seats are controlled by the army. So if you don't have a majority support, you cannot get elected as the president.
So the political transformation is a big story, and to be watched now until 2015.
2015.
Okay. I'm sure people have questions. Okay. We have one question here. Maybe identify yourself so we know who you are. Yes.
Yeah, I'm very interested in your talk, and
Are you
my
from
name
Cambodia?
is yes from Cambodia. I'm very interested in your topic about the conflict. So I would like to know how you detach yourself from the reporting the story, because you said you are Buddhist, right? And how you write your story in the objective way, Thank you so much.
Sure. So this conflict is a very sensitive story. So when I wrote these stories, I tried to do a lot of fact-checking. I did a number of interviews first, and then I try to be present when something takes place. I try to go to the area as quickly as possible to witness the scene. I cannot sometimes count on the eyewitnesses. Sometimes I cannot find eyewitnesses. I can find only ear witnesses sometimes. So I don't wish to rely on the ear witnesses. So I try to be an eyewitness myself. I mostly report for the international media, so there is no problem for me to get my story published. But I have some problem too as a result of my reporting. I lost friends who are Buddhists. I lost friends, at least 20 friends I lost because of my reporting on this conflict. Because many people avoided reporting this issue because this is so sensitive. So
It's
sensitive.
the same with Reuters. We get
Yeah, the
complaints.
same.
Yeah.
Question here.
Hi, I'm Christine from the Philippines, but I work for South China Morning Post. I just wanted to ask, I was thinking during your talk about Burma VJ, that documentary underground journalism, so I just wanted to ask if you could shed light on how safe there were underground journalists who reported even during the time when the state had bigger control over the media, and what is the state of citizen journalism in your country today, if you still rely on these guerrilla reporters? Yeah.
May, you want to answer the question? Citizen journalism?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, we used to have some reporters who work underground. We call this network as the Burma BG reporters who work underground using their cameras. But actually, the media landscape has dramatically changed. You no longer don't need to fear the authority. You can, for example, back in 2007, you can be arrested if the police see you with a smartphone or a camera. He will at least question you. Just in the downtown, he will check your mobile, he will check your camera, and then if he find some controversial photos, he will take away your camera. But now it has become a lot easier. To be honest, actually, I'm very critical of the government, but they deserve some praise. They did a good job in opening up the media, even though the government is still not doing properly in terms of rule of law, what we call rule of law. You don't have any proper legal protection. If you're assaulted as a journalist, for example, you go to a sensitive area, and then someone assaulted you for your doing, but most probably the police will complain you instead of the asylums.
Actually, the exile media, like the DVB, Democratic Voice of Burma, Irrawaddy, and they're moving back inside the country because of
Or
the
trying
opening
to.
up.
Yeah, DVB hasn't moved back yet,
Yeah,
but
I
they
have
want
a,
to.
yeah, I have an answer. Is Burma VJ is a stay in the Rangoons, and then it's open their office, and they are providing news to the DVB. That is very openly, not secretly.
Okay. We have to take one question. Yes.
I think there's a lot of us who would like to go to to Myanmar in the next 6 months or a year to do some reporting, because obviously there's a lot of appetite. I wonder if you can offer, each of you can offer maybe some real quick tips in terms of, as a reporter coming on assignment into Myanmar, what are some things that we need to think about, either in terms of logistics, in terms of, who you talk to, in terms of, how officials will perceive you, any issues that we need to think about, any challenges that we need to think about, any things that would make, that reporting trip easier?
Can I first? Well, people ask me a lot how I first got in, and it was mostly just me being aggressive. And I said, "Hey, so there's an election in Myanmar. I'm going, right?" And just pitch your story that way. I think logistically, you definitely need a fixer. So someone who speaks both Burmese and English. You definitely need a driver who knows where they're going and who's safe. In terms of story ideas, I'm sure you can work that on your own, but I think those two probably are, and a way to transmit your story. So either a good hotel that has a decent connection. If you're a video person, you're going to need a lot stronger connection. Traders Hotel, Park Royal Hotel in downtown, Chatrium is another one that's closer to the lake, have incredible speeds that you can transmit video.
But those
so internet driver fixer.
But those hotels are getting more expensive.
They are. But just go to the cafe, buy some coffee, like $2 tea, and just use their internet.
Okay, May, any tips, suggestions?
Firstly, to give education awareness on the role of the media to the people is so I would like to emphasize the requirements for the maintenance of the journalists in Myanmar is to give education awareness on the role of the media to the people is the one thing. Second thing is capacity buildings of the journalists to know the duty, responsibility, ethics, and practice of the media. What is the public interest and defamation law things.
But that's for journalists in Burma.
Yeah.
Myanmar. How about people here who wants to go to do stories in your country?
Yeah,
any
a lot
tips
of
you
stories.
can give them?
Yeah, so a lot
What
of
do they
stories.
need to do? Can they do it?
Open the mind. Open the mind.
Open mind.
Yes, because it's a lot of stories, and I think it's environmental stories, and then it's local peoples and need to education stories, and then it's a conflict stories and in ethnic groups, and then it's a business stories. Because of the most of the foreign company invests in Myanmar, so they already interest in the mining. So it's environmental stories and then a lot of stories in Myanmar.
Okay, Sui. Give us some tips.
Yeah. So what I want to say is, you can report on many topics. You can go around. You can roam about the country, but don't touch the army.
Don't trust the army.
Don't touch the army. You will get into very serious trouble, because I tried to enter a compound controlled by the Navy. I was caught, but luckily I escaped. It happened 6 months ago, because I found that a Singaporean Navy ship was at the dock bringing some ammunition, latest sophisticated ammunition. So I tried to negotiate with the gag, with the sergeant, paying some money. I just wish to pick at what's going on, but unfortunately I was caught. And then the officer decided to sue me, to send me to the police station. But then he realized if I were trying at the court, he would also get into trouble because of the less security arrangement at this so sensitive area. Actually, I never thought that this is so sensitive area. I just wish to have a peek at what's going on at the dock. So don't touch the army. My experience, don't touch the army. My experience is It's been a year I've been reporting in Burma. Everything was okay, but don't touch the army.
Can I just add one more thing?
Yeah, sure.
It's still a very cash-based society. When I entered last year, there were no ATMs. There's nothing. You just go in with really crisp U.S. dollar, $100 bills and change for Myanmar chat. Now there are ATMs, but I think the fee is like 20,000 chat per withdrawal. So it's still a very, just go in with a wad of cash. It's very much like still Afghanistan and Iran, which are still cash-based societies.
Now, I don't speak Burmese, so can I do stories in your country?
Yes, you
Yes,
can
how
do
do I do it?
stories. You can hire translators who may be local journalists. You can hire some translators. Also, one more thing I want to add is, if you are doing interviews, if you are working in the major cities, and then you don't need to care about the local authorities, the harassment from the local authorities, but you should expect the harassment when you go to a smaller city. The harassment will be, the police or the military, the intelligence officials will be following you wherever you go. This is the normal practice, and and then they will ask you your passport number, also your passport information page, the copy of your passport information, repeatedly again and again. At every checkpoint, they will ask you for the same passport details. Don't be scared, because this is the old system. The old system still continues in many parts of the country. So you just give away your passport details, and that's it.
There are a lot of villages that still ban foreigners too. Even I can't go in. So
I think it's they can help the foreigner. It's Myanmar people is very warmly, and I think it's they can help. And some foreigners fear the police, and then it's police is in past year is they train the police is can help to the foreigners. They train. So, and I think is I would like to advise you is if you would like to army or the something like this is you should try it. You should do it.
You should do it.
Yeah. You should do it. No.
But do it legally.
Legally. No, legally you should do it, because it's most of the people and journalists are they are in the mind is that don't touch them. So, that is an old style, no? It's a change in Myanmar. It's you should try it. I advise you. You should do it. You try. No?
Okay, but don't get arrested.
yes, please don't.
Yes.
Hello, hi, my name is Trina. So I'm just wondering, since all three of you do mostly political stories, I was wondering how do you actually filter out your local sources to ensure that they're actually reliable?
Pardon me, sorry.
How do you ensure that your sources are reliable?
Yeah.
Who can trust and who cannot?
Yeah, is in my agency story is my house time is three source. Yeah? One story is neither three source. One source is real people. No? Second source is authority man, and then is another source is the academic source.
Academic source.
Yes. So it's neither three source. Some story is two source is okay. One source never use these stories. So, and at first it's very difficult to confirm. Now it's very easy, not difficult.
So no one source story. Check your sources.
Yes.
Okay. Alice? Oh, can you speak to the mic?
Sorry. Hi, May. You mentioned earlier in your speech that the 4 decades of
political repression have led to a shortage of experienced reporters, experienced local reporters in Myanmar. It takes time to develop expertise. What do you see as short-term solutions to filling that shortage? Is it necessarily needing foreign journalists to come in, or other way to address this?
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's and 20 years ago, it's the journalists in military government in this period, under military government, they release the journalists in the jail. So it's they gap. It's more experienced journalists pass away. So not experienced journalists in this time, young people join to the media. So and then at first it's a very few limit experienced trained journalists, a very few. So now is a more young journalists join in media. Is a media reporter. Is so many reporter, but it's a experienced journalists are very few. So I mean, what do you mean, sir?
So the question is so that's why this. Everybody talk about we need capacity building in the media organization.
Yes.
Now, do you see more foreign journalists coming in to do the stories?
Yeah, foreign journalists coming in my country, but they can long time.
They can do it long time.
Yeah, because it's no electricity and internet connection is delay. That's a problem for them. They can stay in long time.
Okay, but how do you do?
I think it will take a long time before we can train young people, more young people, to become a professional, experienced journalists. The journalism courses alone would not be enough. We have a very dysfunctional education system. It needs to be changed before we start training young people and expect them to become professional journalists.
Yeah. So there's a question here. So we need more journalists inside the country.
Yes.
More training.
That's perfect. You talked a lot about coverage about the conflicts and people being displaced. Are there any coverage and almost kind of like feature stories about the lives of these people and how it's changed being in these internally displaced people's camp?
Excuse me. The stories that Reuters has covered, we do. Unfortunately, it's so hard to get into those places. And the coverage that we do get, we do their daily lives, and it's horrific. For me personally, the Rohingya is the most devastating. They are literally starving. I never got to my videos, did I? Yeah, we can do that later. Yeah, it does. You'll see. Let me just very quickly show you some of the camps and the villages that they're living in that have been burned down. Sorry.
Okay. It works now.
So look, they're living. This is the Rohingya, and they're living in makeshift tents. They were their villages were burned, and you can't even sustain living like this in the rainy season. And this was during the cyclone scare, Cyclone Mahasen, that just came by, and they had to evacuate. And this is their lives. So, and this is not just a Rohingya as well. This is what the Karen and the Shan and the Kachin who are at the border of Thailand, very similar living conditions. So,
can you go there and report?
Can I go there? Probably. No, I have not. This is our man inside.
Inside.
Yeah.
Burmese.
Correct. He's saying that he only gets one rice, I think. That he only gets like one packet of rice a day, and he gives it to his children. So they're starving and they're dying. So.
Okay, I think we're running out of time. It's noisy outside. One last question. Sam, is that you have a question? Okay. Quick and sweet.
The easiest way to reach the rural area is through radio. So if I have enough funding today, can I just go in and make a new radio station?
Make a new radio station.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's a government allowed to the community radio license they were allowed to the license the private, and now it's a 7 private FM radio stations. I saw that new 2 FM stations. It's a one is an ethnic group. It's a Shan State, and then it's another is a ethnic group in the Molemyai.
So, actually, a lot of potential.
Yes.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
A lot of potential
Yes.
for
Yes.
radio.
Yes.
Cheap and versatile.
Yes.
Go in.
Yes.
So, we want to thank the panel very much. Let's give them a big hand. If you search Google for their names, and you'll find more about them, about their stories. And so Sui Win would be Sui Win in New York Times. You'll find his column on ethnic conflict and others. In May, his agency has an English version, yeah, right? And I'm sure people can find your stories too, right? Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to thank Ying for making this panel happen. It would not have happened without her. So let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Go Myanmar, go Burma. Thank you very much. Yeah? Oh, people coming in, right?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Just stay in your seats first, because since we have just finished with our last panels, there are just a few announcements to make for tomorrow. Come on in. Just take a quick seat. Too long. Just take a quick seat in the back. How was it? Was it good? It was good? Yeah. All right, take a quick seat, please. Take a quick seat. Wendy, could you just come down here? Yeah, thanks. Okay, so it's been a very long day for everyone, but I hope you all had a really terrific and educational and networking time. Right now, we want to go through some very quick announcements. Looking ahead to tomorrow, registration starts at 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and we will again have coffee, muffins, orange juice, and all that during that time. And then we start our first panel at 9:15, and that is going to be an amazing panel, so you don't want to miss it. It's going to be about North Korea. We have the AP's Pyongyang bureau chief, Jean Lee, flying in from Seoul. We also have the LA Times Beijing correspondent, Barbara Demick, coming over, as well as bureau chief, as well as Steve Herman, who many of you have already heard from today. Steve, where are you? There he is. And Steve is Voice of America's North Asia bureau chief. In addition, some announcements before we wrapped up today. What else do we need to remind? There's also the raffle going on. Yeah, you know what that is. All right, so put your hands up again if you are selling raffle tickets. Kind of. Oh, okay. Maybe because you already sold. Okay. Who has already bought raffle tickets? Oh, that's yeah.
The ones who bought raffle tickets, you have a pretty good chance, actually, because we still have a lot of raffle tickets.
In addition, I would like to call up the winner from last year's Cathay Pacific raffle to come on down because she actually came this year. I know she's rolling her eyes. She's like, oh, man. But come on down and you tell us who you are, where you work, and where did you actually go, and how awesome it is to buy raffle tickets.
Last year, okay, I'm Sohani. I'm a graduate of the journalism school here at HKU. And now I work still at HKU in the international office in branding and marketing. Last year, I bought the raffle tickets literally 3 seconds before they put them in. So I think that has something to do with why I won them. And there were 3 prizes, and I won 2. So at first, I won the book. And then I was like, wow, I've never won anything before in my life. It's exciting. And then you said my name again, and it was the actual 2 tickets. And I am going to be buying raffle tickets this year, as long as you pick them, because I feel like that might make me win. I went to Vietnam. I went to Ho Chi Minh and the Saigon area, generally. Yeah.
How many tickets did you buy? You bought a lot, right? I mean, a lot, right? Say you bought a lot. Don't buy last minute, but yeah, buy more than 2. The money goes towards supporting the Asian American Journalists Association's programs, including this conference right here. So if you like this conference, that, thank you, Doris, is what the money is going towards. And this has been bigger and badder and better than the last 2 years. Come this time next year, you haven't seen anything yet. So that'll be because of you guys. So thank you for your comments. So again, speak with Hannah, Elaine. Raise your hands up again, one more time. Beautiful ladies of AHA, just right there. And probably someplace around there too. What else do we have? Yes. For all those who have received a confirmation for the FCC dinner, now those are limited seating, unfortunately we can't accommodate all, but if you received a confirmation at the registration table at 6:45. So that's 25 minutes for you to chat with other people, just relax, just chill out just a little bit. And what else is there?
Thank you for coming. We have a really good first day, so we're really excited, and we're gonna do it again tomorrow morning, starting at 8 o'clock for registration and coffee muffins. So,
thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.